We're going to have opening remarks by Karen Pelt-Strauss and Admiral David Simpson.
Are we ready? Should I start? Cheryl? Yes? Okay. I take my word from her. Hi, I'm Karen Pelt-Strauss. I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. Good morning and welcome. I have to say, I feel a little bit like today is get-together of Good Friends Day. On the panels and in the audience, I see a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends. I see a lot of people that used to be on the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, people that were involved in the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the passage of the CVAA, also known as the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, and I even found an old friend whose son was, or daughter, I'm not sure, was on my son's swim team and is a daughter. Son. I'm sorry, I'm missing the sign, son. So it's great to have you all of you here. As you know, the FCC administers various policies related to public safety emergency communications, and these policies include addressing 911 services, emergency alerts, operability and interoperability of public safety communications, the communications infrastructure, protection and disaster response, and network security and reliability. Throughout this work, one of our most important objectives is to ensure access by people with disabilities, and of course that's the purpose of this forum. To achieve this, we work with many of you on a day-to-day basis almost, those of you in the public and the private sector, and of course our partners in the federal government. Emergency communications, as you know, has at least three components, each of which must operate effectively and accessibly in order to be successful. The first is the processing, delivery, and dispatch of 911 communications, including now text to 911, which you'll hear a lot about today. The emergency alert system and wireless emergency alerts is the second, and the delivery of emergency information on radio and television is the third. And there are other various components of each of these categories and an ever-expanding groups of systems that are coming into play, including the internet and other ways of conveying emergency information that we're also concerned about. Today's truly extraordinary. We're celebrating research and development of accessible wireless technologies that strive to ensure that everyone, including people with disabilities, can access emergency systems and services. We'll also be getting updates today, as I mentioned, on the deployment of text to 911. We really look forward to the day when this is ubiquitous, when everybody has direct access to life-saving emergency services when a voice call either isn't possible or isn't safe under the circumstances. So what are today's events going to look like? Well, here in the Commission meeting room, we will be learning a great deal from four incredible panels of experts to this morning and to this afternoon. Moderators will be people from the Disability Rights Office and the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau that have been dedicated to working on these issues for a very, very long time, many, many years, and are true leaders in this field. The bios of all the panelists, who are also leaders, are in the agenda program. The morning panels will bring together government and disability R&D experts to share the latest research and development activities that are designed to promote accessible emergency communications, alerts, and notifications. to save more lives and enable quicker responses to natural and man-made disasters. The goal here is to help designers, engineers, and policymakers think of the needs of people with disabilities before developing devices and services and policies that will be used and applied to emergencies. And combined, these 10 individuals on these two panels have literally decades of experience on these issues. During the afternoon, the FCC will start off with a presentation on the status of its text to 911 rules. Then wireless carriers and public safety officials will report on their implementation of text to 911. Next, we'll hear from representatives of consumers with disabilities and public safety representatives on the types of public education and outreach they can do and that they have been doing to publicize text to 911, as well as suggestions to government and industry on the roles they can play to make sure that everyone is aware of the importance of text to 911 and help reach its goal of becoming ubiquitous. Again, we are looking at decades of experience in public policy and public service by the 11 panelists on the panels in the afternoon. We're happy to pronounce that today's program is being presented live and with captions at www.fcc.gov/live. For those without internet access, there's a listen-only telephone bridge. The number is 858-2144. The access code is 892-6297. We also have an email box for questions from the web, and those can be sent to fccaccessibility@fcc.gov, and we have a Twitter account at #FCCaccessibility, and you may submit questions via that account as well. For all of you that are here, all of this information is in your agenda program as well. In addition to what's happening in this room, we have exhibits on display in our Technology Experience Center. You go out the doors at the back of the room, and you go to the right to the FCC's library. You can visit groundbreaking emergency alerting and warning technologies that are on display there that are accessible to people with disabilities. You can also visit the FCC's partner from FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, also known as IPAWS. The exhibitors are listed in your agenda program as well, and they're also on posters, and all of our materials available today in print are also accessible in Braille and alternate formats. I want to mention one more thing before I close and introduce the next speaker. Last week, FCC Chairman Wheeler announced that the FCC would be establishing a disability advisory committee. This committee is really exciting. It is going to allow the Commission to receive on an ongoing basis advice and recommendations from the disability community on a host of disability issues, including access to emergency services. We're soon going to be sending out a notice formally establishing the committee or announcing the establishment and inviting nominations. And with the amazing expertise that is gathered today under this roof, we are really hoping that some of you apply to be participants on this advisory committee and that you all feel free to attend meetings regularly or watch the meetings on the web. Again, we are really excited about the fact that our chairman and the commission is making a commitment, a long-term commitment, to ensuring that people with disabilities have a voice at the commission. And now, to further get you energized for today's program, I present to you the Chief of our Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, Admiral David Simpson, who has been steadfast in his commitment to making sure that people with disabilities have full access to emergency services and communications. Following the Admiral, Cheryl King of our Disability Rights Office, who will be the moderator of the first panel, and with Susie Singleton has put together this incredible program, will provide some additional logistics and information about the day's events and then move us into the first panel. Have a wonderful day, and I'm sure that it's going to be absolutely terrific. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Karen, and definitely a round of applause for Karen and all her career commitment to making the lives of so many Americans much better, more productive, more enjoyable. Thank you, Karen. I'd like to start with a confession. I grew up a relatively privileged life. I was telling some friends in the community earlier this morning. I grew up in Burbank, California. Had every aspect of health, every advantage of health one could want. I ran cross country in high school. I got selected for the U.S. Naval Academy and went to a 4-year school where everyone around me was not only selected because of their academic strength, but also their athletic prowess and the fact that they had 20/20 vision and could pass all the physical tests required to fly a Navy jet aircraft in combat or be on a nuclear submarine without access to any significant health care for months at a time. I didn't realize for the first half of my career how many decisions that were presented before me in that first half of my career were really colored by the fact that I did not have an appreciation for the challenges of the disability community, but also what a loss that really meant for me personally, but also for society, that I did not have the opportunity to tap in to such a wonderful pool of talent in and around the challenges that I had ahead of me. And then 9/11 happened, and our nation went to war in Afghanistan, went to war in Iraq, and suddenly life in the military got hard. We saw men and women to our left and our right grievously injured, and injured in ways that limited their motor skills, but quite often didn't touch upon their mental capacity, or limited their mental capacity but didn't touch their motor skills. And suddenly it hit me, it hit many of us in the military, how limited we had been in our appreciation for really relatively small things that could have been done early on in the development cycle, early on in the business decision for how one's going to field a capability, that could have made such a big difference for how those wounded warriors could continue to have productive, meaningful lives and play important roles for our society. My education didn't end there, though. I've got two wonderful parents, George and Jane, and as time has gone on, my dad is now hearing impaired. I didn't think of my dad as being in the community of people with disabilities. He's my dad, but he is now, and he has been for 20 years, and I hope he is for another 20 years. And as I see how important it is to my dad that he continue late in life to have full mobility, an independent life, not wanting to be dependent on others, that when I see things that are designed without that last couple inches of, if you just thought about the element of communication at the last couple inches between somebody who's hard of hearing and what capability, what function you're designing, it now gets me increasingly angry that we're not being more attuned to this early in the process. My mother is now disabled. She's got a much more significant set of disabilities, both in motor skills and in mental skills. And it is doubly frustrating now when I see the kinds of things that could have been done to not only help my mom have a more meaningful life, but help my dad have a more meaningful relationship with my mom throughout. So what I'm learning from this is that it's not a matter of the community of people with disabilities and the rest of us. It's all of us. You don't know when you in your life are going to have an element of disability for which you really would have greatly appreciated that somebody early on thought about, hey, how can I design my system to make things easier, more accessible for all of our society. Again, going back to my time in the military, I spent a lot of the second half of my career making tough business decisions, looking at a number of requirements, and we always had more requirements than we had budget, just like most businesses in our country, where they've got more things they'd like to do than they've got capital to do. And too often, when it comes to looking at the universe of requirements that one could impose upon a system, the decision is made to, well, you know, that disability community requirement, we can't fund everything. Let's just get the system out, and then if we have time later, we'll come back and we'll address those issues. We'll add in functionality that will address the issues of that particular community of interest. That is such wrong-headed thinking when it comes to communications. The time to plan for the functionality that ensures that communications can support the widest range of talent in our society is at the beginning of the design, engineering, and resourcing of those communications. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us, and I know it's a priority here at the FCC, that we very early in the gestation of rulemaking, very early in our engagement with new technologies, very early in the transition from legacy technologies to new things that are better, cooler, faster, funner, that we take into account the last couple of inches that can make a difference in the breadth of accessibility to people with disabilities. So I'm so excited about the venue today. There's a number of wonderful speakers, some great displays where companies that are really tackling challenges in this area are going to tell us the promise of new technology. And new technology won't automatically cover the needs of this community. We've seen this year where new technology has not been used to add functionality to increase the access of all of society, that new technology has been used to optimize around lower costs for providing a capability. So we can never rest on this. We can't just think because there's new technology, we're going to automatically better serve the needs of the people with disabilities. We have to be vigilant and, again, drive the consideration of how new communication functionality can empower all of us early, often, and throughout. So thanks very much, and it's an honor to have been with you here today.
Thank you very much. And now for my FCC logistics hat, I have a few reminders and advisories for you. The restrooms are in the hallway, behind the hallway, right outside of this room. If there's a fire alarm and we have to evacuate the building, please exit through the 12th Street entrance where you probably came in. Follow the crowd left or north to the corner, and there's a small park there where we will stage until we are given the all clear or further directions. If we should get a shelter-in-place warning, we stay in this room until we learn that it's cleared or that we should shelter up, in which case I invite you to go to the third floor, and my office, Greg Leibach's office, is right off the elevator bank, and we've got room. We'll accommodate you if that's what we have to do. Again, we have the web, email, and Twitter account, and a listen-only bridge. So please, those of you in the audience, the listening audience and the viewing audience outside the room, feel free to send us your questions or comments throughout the day. We have just 2 changes to the agenda. One, Mr. Brad Bracken of the Competitive Carriers Association will be on the panel replacing Rebecca Thompson. And we have added Claude Stout of the Telecommunications for the Deaf, Inc. to the panel number 4. Their bios are not in the program. However, we hope that early next week we will be posting online a revised agenda program that includes everyone's information. Lunch is yo-yo. You're on your own. There is a cafeteria in the building on the courtyard level. Outside there are restaurants around the corner and up the street. We also enjoy a number of street vendor trucks parked just across 12th Street. You can have Mexican, you can have all kinds of choices of meals. You're welcome to bring your food back into the room here and eat your lunch and network. We've kept it to 45 minutes, so please feel free to come back into the room and eat here. Please visit the FCC library up the stairs, as Karen mentioned, in the Technology Experience Center. We have 5 exhibits of groundbreaking technologies. I want to offer our sincere appreciation to all the people who made this happen. The commission meeting room, AV staff behind the curtains, without whom none of this happens. And that causes me to remind us that the microphones are not all on at the same time. But as you are called upon to speak or it's your turn, they will pop up and turn on your microphone. Thanks to Kelly Jones and her team from the Consumer Advocacy and Outreach Division of CGB. Thank you, and all your friends and team. And also our wonderful interpreters. We want to thank you at the beginning of the day, and hopefully we will remember to thank you at the end as well. So that's my logistics hat. Now I get to the fun part. I have the pleasure of moderating the first panel, who will describe to us the governmental strategies, both at the federal level. We have local Los Angeles, California level. We have a representative of the National Council on Disability to talk about accessible alert and warning. As we've said, there are bios in the pamphlets, and looking around the room, most of you know most of these people, but you have their bios in case you want to refer to it in the future. Good morning. So let's go first to Greg Cook of the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, who is our guru, go-to person for the emergency alert service and the wireless emergency alerts. Greg?
Thank you, Cheryl. Are we doing intros first, or are we going to do our little piece first?
You go ahead and do your piece. We're really not going to go into the long description of how wonderful everyone is, because it's in the program.
Okay.
But if I had to, then I would have to say that back in 2004, the FCC had a Homeland Security Domestic Council, some sort of little council. It was a task force internal, way before there was a Public Service and Homeland Security Bureau. And we received a request from the White House for people to gather to discuss what could be done about people with disabilities and emergency preparedness. Now, this is after 2001, but it's 2004. So Greg Cook and I were the first people to go from the FCC. So he's one of the early on people for all of this. Greg.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here today. It's really quite a privilege for me. As I'm sure many of you know, one of the prime statutory directives of the Federal Communications Commission is to protect life and property through the use of wire and wireless services. It's sort of transliterating the act. And one of the major ways that we do this is to facilitate active, very efficient and accessible alerting systems. And the main alerting systems at the FCC that are within the FCC's rules right now is the emergency alert system, with which many of you are familiar. It's the kind of thing that is on the radio when you hear the EAS tests, and on the television, and everybody is familiar with the tones and certainly the phrase, "This is only a test." More recently, the Commission implemented a congressional mandate to be able to deliver alerts over cell phones, and to be able to deliver very specific type of alert where no matter what kind of service you have, no matter where you are in the country, that if a bad thing is going to happen, that you will be getting that alert. And so you could be somebody from New York City driving through Kansas when there's a tornado, and you will get that alert that tells you that tornado is on its way to you. So it's a very sophisticated system. We're finding it to be a very effective system, not only for warnings of weather, but also in the area of Amber Alerts of abducted children. It's been tremendously effective. And as we proceed, we are looking into how we may be able to evolve these systems to take advantage of full digital technologies. But throughout all of this process, a key element to it is to make sure that these systems are fully accessible. And our consciousness as an agency of what that means and what the kind of work we have to do in order to effect fully accessible alerts has really evolved. And over the last few years, and continues to evolve. And what that means on a practical level for us is that in some cases we have to retrofit systems to make them work and make them fully accessible. In other areas, we kind of are able to sort of bake it into the system when we develop it. And in other areas, we are looking to the future to see how we can take advantage of all of these marvelous digital and internet protocol-based technologies to create systems that you can modify almost on the fly to make them, to enhance them and to make them more fully accessible. So let me just go into a little bit of a review. And I love the time clock here, by the way. Do I get a little shock when my 3 minutes is up?
No, but I'll throw something at you.
Okay, that's fair. The emergency alert system has been around since the mid-'90s. And it's a very basic system, but it's elegant in its way, and it does cover all of radio and all of television in a way that allows anyone from the president, in case it's a national emergency, to notify the entire country, but also as low as the sheriff of Jefferson Parish to be able to notify folks of a toxic spill in an area of a very maybe serious but fairly local emergency. It's a very scalable system, but it's a system that, although the rules have always required that it go out in audio and video format, unless it's radio, obviously, and that those deliver essentially the same alerts. It was never designed to achieve the kinds of levels of accessibility that we look for today. So we have been constantly tinkering with it and retrofitting the system. And I'll give you a couple of examples. In 2001, or 2009, I'm sorry, we had 2011. We had the first nationwide test of the emergency alert system. Now, for very good policy reasons, the Commission, in concert with its federal partners, FEMA and the National Weather Service, as well as the White House, determined that we needed to run a test that would use the actual alert tone, because it had never been tested. And what that would do, of course, is run a little text crawl across the screen, and then you would have audio. Now, the audio is live. It could easily say, oh, this is a test, and it said this is a test. But the text was pre-programmed into equipment that was stationed at TV and radio stations all around the country, and it was pre-programmed to say, this is a real alert. So we had to correct this discrepancy, and we had to correct this discrepancy for everybody, but particularly for the deaf, because we did not want to, am I down to my last 43 seconds?
You're okay.
I'll
give you
I'll make this really quick.
2 more minutes.
So we put in a slide. This is a test. Broadcast TV could carry it. Cable had a hard time carrying it. It was a lot of work to make sure that we were able to deliver as fully accessible a test as we could, and it worked reasonably well. This discrepancy also extends to when we have a regular alert, because what may come through in the audio might be quite descriptive, and what comes through on the text crawl can be very, very cryptic. And this is an area that we've been working on for quite a while, to get the audio and the video to give synchronous and essentially identical messages. And this is an area where the digital technologies have been really wonderful, because we now use a digital technology called the Common Alerting Protocol that allows us to put text files into alerts that can use text-to-speech. So for the purposes of anybody watching the television or listening, or both, they get the same message. So we've been able to retrofit and evolve the system in order to do that. Wireless emergency alerts, we baked it into the system. When we designed the system in concert with industry, and sitting in that advisory committee were folks from all areas of industry and interest groups, including the disabled communities, we made sure that system would not only deliver a visual, but would deliver an audio and also a tactile alert. So when an alert comes through on the wireless emergency alert system, not only will it, indicate something on the screen, it also gives a big loud buzz and it vibrates. So at this point, anyone with that phone in their pocket is going to be able to know that something is there. It's also a system that allows us to use apps, and I'll close with this, because here's an example of how we can evolve the system. This afternoon, you're going to hear from a woman called Kate Chiodo, who runs a really neat company called DeafLink, where they can do an app where it'll translate to ASL on the screen. This is an area where it was too difficult to bake it into the system, but the system was flexible enough that in areas where this was something that people would want, it could be added as an app. So that's the kind of flexibility that we're looking to build into these systems, and I think that's enough. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold for questions to the end of the panel, please. But I also forgot to tell you that we will take questions from the audience, and we have staff available with index cards and pens to assist you in submitting questions to us, and want to offer an alternate email address for questions. Send your questions on the web to livequestions@fcc.gov or Twitter at #FCCAccessibility. Again, the web email for questions from our listening audience and watching audience is livequestions@fcc.gov. All right. Thank you. And Greg's presentation offered us a good segue to the next panelist, Charles McCobb, with FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. I pause. Charles?
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone. It's a pleasure to be here from FEMA and to discuss a little bit about the Integrated Public Alerts and Warning System. I know we had some slides available. I don't know if they'll be available to the group. Okay. So on the first slide, really, we talk about this is the lead-in slide, but I want to talk a little bit about the Executive Order 13407. That's really the codifying guidance that drove the development of the Integrated Public Alerts and Warning System. Most important in particular to this group is in Section 2, that ensures that we include in alerts and warnings that alerts and warnings are made available to those with disabilities and those that don't speak the English language. As Mr. Cook clearly alluded to, this system is flexible enough to allow us to develop applications and associated from the industry standpoint that allow the language translations, translation to Braille, and to allow technologies that are being developed by some of the industries such as ASL interpretation. These allow us to build in these capabilities and allow a flexible, integrated alert and warning system. Next slide, please. Here really is what is IPAWS. IPAWS is a national system for local alerting. It's a system that integrates TV and radio broadcasts, cellular telephones, the NOAA alerting system, as well as internet applications. So the system is a comprehensive system using multiple pathways to provide alerts and warnings to the American public in a timely fashion. Next slide, please. What IPAWS is not. It's not a subscription-based system. It's not a reverse dial-up system. There is no managing of locations of individuals or telephone numbers. It is an integrated system that locates your devices based on geographical designations. If there is a alert and warning being broadcast in a specific geo-targeted area, those devices connected to the cell towers in that area will be alerted and message will be transmitted to those devices. So there's a key distinction. There are a lot of alerting systems that we see today that you get from your local alerting authorities, and not all of them are WIA type or IPAWS related. Next slide, please. Here's a simple layout of, we've had over 1 million messages validated in the IPAWS system since the introduction of the system in early 2012. Very active, but I iterate that this is in the early stages of the use of the system. Over 14,000 wireless emergency alerts that have been sent out to the public, 2,000 emergency EAS messages, 42 non-weather related. And on here, not included are the Amber Alerts, which Greg alluded to earlier, issued by the Justice Department. Out of the alerts that have been sent since 2012, 14 of those alerts have the recovery of children in Amber Alerts, and 14 of those alerts are directly attributed to the IPAWS and the use of wireless emergency alerts. One of the fastest recoveries was within 9 minutes, and that was in California, from the issuance of an Amber Alert for a missing child to the recovery of that child. So an extremely powerful capability and tremendous reach in the public. Next slide, please. What can IPAWS be used for? Virtually anything that local emergency manager deems a threat to public safety. And it could be a myriad of incidences, from water issues, from electrical outages, to weather-related, to evacuation hold in place. Next slide, please. Here are a quick few examples of some actual alerts that have gone out. False siren alarms from nuclear power plants that went off. They issued a wireless alert to basically inform the public there is no emergency at this time. So a very flexible capability, but a way to provide information to the public to minimize panic, to restrict movement, or to inform them of actions and activities that they need to take. Next slide. Here's one recently in September. There was a fire in the harbor in Los Angeles. They were able to send out an alert basically that the fire was ongoing and that people were to shelter in place or shelter near to avoid people running to the area or moving away from the area, and to protect the population so that the emergency vehicles could properly respond to the event. Next. And here's one in Western Tennessee where they had actually their 911 system was not operational. So they were able to send out a wireless emergency alert with instructions for the population, because there were some weather situations going on, who they should call and what numbers they should use. Very flexible system. We've done some extensive coordination with universities, agencies, institutions for development of applications, software, technologies. Just a few listed here. Extensive work with Georgia Tech, extensive work with people like DeafLink, and other agencies out there that are developing real-time technology applications that can be used today for the access and functional needs community. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd like to close my presentation. But what's most important is IPAWS And wireless emergency alerts is an effective, reliable, and integrated system that can incorporate the access and functional needs requirements. But we work closely with industry and technology development to identify those needs and to encourage manufacturers to develop applications that can be useful and incorporated in today's products. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also, there is an iPause exhibition upstairs in the tech center, so you can get more information and visit with the FEMA folks up there on that. I will introduce the next panelist briefly. Ms. Gay Jones is known to many of us, but I want to also recognize that she was the team leader of the Disability Integration Advisors in the New Jersey Joint Field Office after Sandy. So she was my boss for a while when I was detailed to FEMA and deployed up there. And she has some excellent information to let you all know about FEMA's Office of Disability Integration and Coordination. Gay?
Thank you for having me. I know many of you by name or face or both, so it's really great to be here. With regard to what we do, we work very closely with IPOD and FCC and probably almost anybody sitting in this room, because what we do is we take that information and we really want to start integrating that into what we do with the community. Am I off? Oh, that's better. Sometimes people think I talk really loud, and some people think I talk very slow. So anyway, the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination was established by the Post-Katrina Act after Katrina. And Marcy Roth was our director. She still is. And it established an office of 1, and we are now an office of 70. And what does that mean? There are myself, who work primarily with communication access. FEMA does not. One of the things that people don't understand about FEMA, particularly with the early alerts and warning, is that there are some very distinct things that happen. And a lot of people will assume that if there's an alert out there, that FEMA becomes involved automatically, and that is not the case. So what we do is we work with communities to understand what our role is and what the role is in the community. We work with the communities in trying to establish best practices out there so that people can get the accessible warning and alert. Many people out there do not have access to that information, and we are continuing. Just recently, IPOD hired a coordinator to start working with stakeholders out in the community, and we are working very closely together to help identify some of the strategies that you can use to accomplish that. When we do get involved, we do encourage people to continue to use interpreters. The recent New York Ebola announcement, they were using a certified deaf interpreter, and so we are encouraging a lot of new types of things to happen in the community so we can become more accessible. So I think that we now have a cadre of disability integration advisors that we didn't have when we were in New Jersey. And as part of that, there are 20 qualified, certified ASL interpreters and 5 certified deaf interpreters. We are hoping to utilize many of those interpreters when we get deployed on the ground. But remember, we're not the first ones on the ground, so we oftentimes work through our regional components. We have a regional disability integration specialist in all regions, all 10 regions. They are the ones who really, really work with the community. And I would encourage anyone to make connections to that. And if you want that information, you can email us and we can get that to you. The purpose and the role of the regional integration specialist is to work with stakeholders in the region to increase the knowledge of emergency management. The big thing that we do is we go in and work with communities to do emergency management planning. It is so important for all of these things to work, whether it's early alerts and warning or anything else that we do, is that it's in your plans. If it is not in your plans, it will not get done. So we encourage people to get involved in their local community, to begin working with local emergency managers to make sure that there's early alerts and warning, as well as interpreters and captioning and ASL interpreters. We're seeing more and more local communities using ASL interpreters and CDI interpreters for announcements, but we are really working with a lot of people to increase that capacity. There are many things that we're working on that I could probably spend the next 5 hours talking about, but I think that the earlier we bring that information to all communities, the more prepared they're going to be, and the more they're going to be able to get the information that they need to be able to apply for disaster assistance or recover from a disaster.
Thank you, Gay. I would like to give you another minute if you will tell us about the accessibility kits that go to the disaster resource centers.
I would be happy to do that. One of the things that we have worked with very hard over the last 3 or 4 years with the regional disability integration specialist is that when FEMA becomes involved, we open up what we call a disaster recovery center. And now when you walk into that disaster recovery center, there is telephone equipment, there's the CapTel, there's the TTY, there's an amplified phone, and there's access to video relay interpreting so that you can access the services within that center.
Thank you, Gay. Sandy was the first declared disaster that these accessibility kits were deployed. It was a lot of fun putting it on the ground. We have Mike Houston in the audience, who was also there in New Jersey with us, and trying to get the accessibility kits for the first time was a learning experience in itself, but it will continue to evolve and improve. Right? Okay. Thank you. And then we turn to Richard Ray, who is both an ADA coordinator for the city of Los Angeles, California, and co-chair of the Accessibility Committee of the National Emergency Number Association, NENA. And I first met Richard in 2006 when the FCC hosted a forum on emergency access for people with disabilities, and led directly to the FCC's adoption of 10-digit numbering for internet telecommunication relay and other things. And so we've enjoyed the opportunity to work with him since. Oh yes, he was also co-chair of the Emergency Access Advisory Committee at the FCC. So thank you for coming all the way from California to beautiful Washington, D.C. And Richard, tell us about what you do in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Cheryl. Since 2006, I've had the honor of working with the Federal Communications Commission and serving on the Emergency Access Advisory Committee. It's wonderful to see so many friendly faces here, so many people who used to be involved in the EAAC. It's a little mini reunion for us. I see everyone seated here in the audience. Communication technologies have changed and continue to change even as they grow, with the access to tablets, to wireless technologies, and cell phones change. We've seen the use of TTY technologies decrease exponentially. We have three services that we used to use: wireless, internet, which we use for video phone or IP relay access, and then regular phone systems. Now we have collapsed several of those systems. Landlines are being phased out, and we are focusing more on using video technology as well as other communication modalities. Those have been on the increase even as traditional telephone services is on the decline. Unfortunately, deaf and hard of hearing people and people with speech disabilities are being left behind without access to 911 emergency services. Personally, I had an experience where I was not able to contact 911 emergency services using my mobile phone. It was October 2nd of 2011. I wasn't able to call 911 using my cell phone because I'm deaf. Text messaging to 911 was not available anywhere at that time. I was experiencing pain in my chest. I was experiencing numbness on my left side, and all this while I was driving on errands. Fortunately, a friend of mine was willing to drive me to the hospital where I stayed overnight for observation. I'm lucky to still be here with you today. Since national emergencies are high-stress situations, not only natural disasters, but personal emergencies, we want to make sure that individuals are able to use technologies that are familiar to them, not trying to engage them in something that is outside of their normal behavior. Individuals should not be expected to do anything different when they are calling 911. It is important for all individuals to have direct access to emergency services through a simple, easy to use, easy to remember, 3-digit dialing code. I applaud the FCC and their staff for their outstanding efforts, and I believe that the FCC has really come a long way in a short period of time. However, there's still more work that needs to be done. I also want to thank the FCC for their advocacy efforts on getting text to 911 and Kerry's Law implemented. And also preventing the requirement that callers for 911 should add an additional prefix to their number. We don't want to have to dial an extra 9 before dialing 911. We should have easy access to the same 3-digit code that all Americans use. I also want to applaud the TRS services providers who are facilitating communication between callers and the 911 Public Safety Answering Points, or PSAPs, quickly as is possible. Effectively is another matter. The average time to reach 911 through relay service is 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and the upper end is 8 minutes. Those minutes are crucial. Unfortunately, many relay service callers are going through an emergency or non-emergency administrative line rather than going through the 911 designated line. Further, caller information that is traditionally provided to the 911 operators is not available when you are using telecommunications relay service. In 2011, in California, the state hosted a public hearing on next generation of 911. Across the state, we are providing information about access to Next Generation 911 for individuals who are deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or with speech disabilities. Subsequent to that, I provided testimony in front of the Assembly members, November 9th of 2011. You may recall December 6th when the FCC made the announcement that the 4 largest wireless carriers were working together with APCO and NENA in agreeing to move forward with implementing Next Generation 911. However, in order to fully implement Next Generation 911 services, public safety answering points must be willing and able to answer calls coming in from those carriers. The Department of Justice's policy interpretation of their current regulations in response to the FCC's public safety docket 11-153 clarified that public safety answering points must be able to accept modern forms of text communication, that is text communication, via TTY calls. However, PSAPs who have IP-enabled equipment must be able to use that IP-enabled equipment to accept SMS messages in pursuit of Section 35.161A. In California, February 6th of 2013, I provided another written statement in testimony that was provided to the State Committee on Energy and Utilities and Communication. My testimony there was related to NG 911, and I shared this anecdote that I shared with you earlier about my access to 911 personally. And in that statement, I was also in support of the implementation and deployment of emerging communications technology and public safety networks. In November of 2013, the State of California Public Safety Communications Office, the California 911 Emergency Communications Branch, launched and conducted tests of text to 911 at 6 different PSAPs across the state. And subsequent to that, provided a report on April 15th of 2014. That report is available on our website. September is an important month for the deaf community. September is National Deaf Awareness Month. Each year, the City of Los Angeles, as a council member, proclaimed September as Deaf Awareness Month in the City of Los Angeles. On that day of recognition, City Council members honored and presented recognition to individuals and community-based organizations serving deaf, blind, and hard of hearing individuals. Specifically, Los Angeles City Council member Paul Krikorian, 2nd Council District, introduced a motion relative to Next Generation 911 capability for the city's emergency response system and asked city departments, including Los Angeles Fire Department, Information Technology Agency, Department on Disability, and appropriate departments to get together to report on the feasibility of implementing Next Generation 911 in Los Angeles. On September 30th, 2014, the Governor of California, Jerry Brown, signed 911 texting bill into law in California. According to this, Senate Bill 1211, the Office of Emergency Services is required to develop a plan and timeline of target dates for testing, implementation, and operation of a Next Generation 911 emergency communication system, including text to 911 service. Regardless of the many challenges State officials are confident that text to 911 is a real sign of the times. This program will begin its implementation in January of 2015. In closing, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the FCC, to thank the Department of Justice, to thank the Governor's Office of Emergency Services and State 911, various organizations and vendors, all of the people who have been involved in making NG 911 a reality. Thank you.
And thank you, Richard. Yes. And next we have Robin Powell of the National Council on Disability. Robin, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. I have slides also. Okay. Just thank you so much for inviting NCD to participate today. I am here on behalf of our chair, Jeff Rosen, so I have very large shoes to fill. I hope I do them well. Next slide. So Jeff has asked me to tell you all a little bit about NCD's emergency management work and what we've done and where we're going. As I hope all of you know, NCD is a small independent federal agency. We advise the President, Congress, and other federal agencies on all policies, practices, and procedures that affect people with disabilities. So we have a very large mandate. We are currently comprised of a team of 15 presidential appointees, as well as an executive director and 12 full-time staff. That will actually be transitioning to 9 appointees, 4 who will be appointed by Congress, and this is because of the Workforce Innovations and Opportunities Act. So we are 15 today, but we will soon be only 9. Next slide. NCD has really been involved in emergency management for over a decade now. Through the release of various reports and recommendations that promote successful disability policies regarding emergency management and people with disabilities. We were given specific responsibilities in 2006 in the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, and we have produced close to 10, if not more, reports on emergency management issues affecting people with disabilities. They're all available on our website, ncd.gov, including several right before and after Hurricane Katrina. And then in 2009, our very comprehensive effective emergency management report. And then most recently, I'm going to talk about our report that just came out last year. Next slide. So, as I hope many of you know, in 2012, so just in May, we released a report called The Effective Communications for People with Disabilities Before, During, and After Emergencies. This is available on our website. And this report examines the accessibility of communication before, during, and after emergencies for people with all disabilities. So those who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, low vision, deaf-blind, those with speech disabilities, those with intellectual or developmental disabilities, and those with psychiatric disabilities. And in this report, we documented successful practices and barriers to effective emergency management communication. We released this report during National Hurricane Preparedness Week, and we used this release. We did this release during a policy briefing in which we had FEMA, we had the National Council on Independent Living, we had the National Disability Rights Network, and we had a Superstorm Sandy survivor all testify on their work and experiences in emergency communications. And I do need to note that we had the wonderful help of Georgia Tech in working on this report. Next slide. So why did we release this report? Well, through our emergency PCEMRA mandate, we have continuously worked with the disability community, and we've heard a variety of barriers that were still existing in emergency management and communications, such as televised emergency announcements that do not include ASL interpreters, inaccessible emergency notification systems, inaccessible evacuation maps, websites that are not accessible for folks who use screen readers, shelters that are unable to provide communication access for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, emergency communication in language that is inaccessible to people with intellectual or developmental disabilities or people with limited English proficiency, and as we've heard, 911 systems that do not allow people with disabilities to connect via text-based communication. And luckily, there has been some positive changes in that area. One thing that we were interested in is while we were writing this report, several storms and other emergencies occurred, including both Sandy, but also, and I'm from Boston, so the Boston Marathon bombings occurred. And I note that because during the marathon bombings and afterwards, folks in a certain community were not supposed to leave their house, and this community happens to have Perkins School for the Blind in it, and yet the alerts and warnings and so forth were not always accessible to people who were disabled and who lived in this community. Also, I want to note that when we're thinking about emergency communications, we really need to think of both the big ones but also the little ones. In a different hat that I wore before NCD, I worked in Boston, and we worked on emergency communications, and there was a water ban that occurred, and we had deaf people who were drinking the water because they never heard that they weren't supposed to drink the water, that they were supposed to be boiling it. Luckily, there was no contamination after all, but this could have been really devastating. So we really need to be thinking about both natural and man-made emergencies. Next slide. So some of the key findings, and I'm not going to go through all of them, that we found in our report were that the communication needs of people with disabilities are not being fully implemented by emergency managers in both the local, state, and federal levels. There's a lack of consolidated, consistent, and coordinated guidance that's being provided to these emergency managers. There's an ongoing need to include people with disabilities in the emergency planning. We found that technology can play a really important role in emergency communications, and yet this remains largely inaccessible for people with disabilities. And despite legal mandates that require effective communication, emergency communications remain largely inaccessible, and alerts and warnings that are multimodal will be better able to reach people with disabilities. Next slide. NCD, consistent with what we do, we released a variety of recommendations that we think can really move things along in this area. First, we think that emergency managers obviously need to work on this area. We also think that the Department of Justice, FEMA, and FCC need to collaborate and consider releasing specific guidance. We think that emergency managers must increase their outreach efforts to the disability community. We know best how to work with us and how our needs can be best met. And we think that states, in collaboration with FEMA as appropriate, need to provide guidance and training to the local emergency managers on effective communication. In the report, in writing the report, Georgia Tech did speak with a variety of local emergency managers, and they just did not know anything, honestly, about effective communications and their responsibilities. And that we think that we really the DOJ and FCC, as appropriate, needs to continue to closely monitor inaccessibility of social media because social media is becoming hugely important in emergency management communication. Next slide. We also think, again, that DOJ needs to continue to enforce the current laws as they are regarding accessible communications for people with disabilities, the same for the FCC, and DOJ and the FCC should also consider increasing its compliance as it can regarding Section 508 compliance for emergency management websites. Next slide. And thank you again for having us. I think that's it.
Thank you. A round of applause for the panel. Thank you. We're ready to take some questions. We do have one from the internet. And Charles, Greg, would you read the question?
Yeah, I'll read the question. The question is, it seems different jurisdictions, even those that have the geographic proximity to each other, use systems or they don't. It can be confusing to people who have inconsistent experience with the system. How can FEMA and the FCC speed up the adoption rates and ensure a consistent and accessible experience for iPAWS CAP? Mr. McDermott, this particular issue deals with the adoption of iPAWS. As we go across the country talking about iPAWS, whether we do it at state emergency management conferences, events like the International Association of Emergency Managers Conference, or local county direct engagement, we see the adoption process from a state. A lot of them already have some type of an alerting system, whether it's a reverse dial-up system or some system already in place. So to replace this system that they've established a habitual relationship takes time. So those are one of the issues that we're running in. As they move to adopt iPAWS, there is a funding issue, there is a state approval process that they go through, and to migrate away from the current system or to integrate iPAWS type alerting system into their current system. That's the issue that we're seeing. Some states are much more effective at it. Other states are not. So we're seeing that disparity across the country.
And I just want to follow up on what Charles said, is that one of the issues with the emergency alert system that has been consistent through, since I started working on this issue probably back in about 2003, is the fact that it's non-use by local emergency managers. Or another way of putting it is, how often is EAS used for non-weather related emergencies, when in fact it's a very effective tool for that. The same would go for iPAWS and any of the elements. So what we've been thinking about, and at this point I'm saying it's still in sort of the thinking stage, is taking a look at the plans that are filed with the Commission to talk about how EAS is propagated in a particular state, and try to evolve these plans, which are usually filed by groups that are comprised of emergency managers and broadcasters and public safety folks from the community, to sort of evolve those plans into a tool that a local emergency manager can use to really understand what's in their quiver of arrows, of alerting arrows, and what's appropriate to use in what particular circumstance, and try to give some kind of general guidance to states that may not be as well equipped or as well informed as other states as to how you can best use the systems that you have. I mean, for example, in some cases, WIA is a tremendous tool because it's so geographically specific and how fast it is. In other cases, because of the fact that it may encompass a geographic area that may be bigger than the emergency, using SMS might be an appropriate tool. And many, Arlington alerts, DC alerts, many systems use this system, which is great if you're alerting a few thousand people, but would be basically useless if you want to alert 100,000 people. Same thing with the EAS. So I think this education process that emergency managers have to learn is something we're involved with. We're working very closely with FEMA on it, and it not only it has to do with like when you use a particular system, but what kind of apps might be appropriate for a particular alert. And again, I refer to apps like DefLink, where you might know you have particular communities and you want to make sure that you're addressing the needs of those communities. And as the local emergency manager, you are the best informed to know what to do. So we're trying to help them get the tools to do that.
Thank you, Greg. And again, DefLink is one of our exhibitors in the Telecommunications Experience Center. So to learn more about that, please visit the Tech Center at break or at lunch or afterwards. They will be there until 5. We expect to end this event in this room about 3:15, but we've asked the Tech Center to continue with the exhibits until 5 so that you can see it after this event. Have a couple of questions from the audience. This is Cheryl King again. With 566 federally recognized tribes, can the panelists each, in my opinion, could tell us what tribal governments you have been working with, and if you include them in planning and outreach, in emergency planning, etc. Perhaps each one of you may have some information about how your agency or group works with tribal governments. Charles?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, on 19 November, IPAWS and FEMA has a teleconference with the 5 major tribal groups through our FEMA Tribal Liaison Office. And we are approaching the federally recognized tribes because of their ability to be able to initiate alerts and warnings without coordination with the states. Inherently, those federally recognized tribes have the ability to coordinate directly with the federal government without going through prior state approval, which other emergency managers don't have that flexibility. So we are directly engaging them specifically to address these issues and to inform them of the capabilities of the system. Now, we do see that a lot of the tribes work collaboratively with their state and local officials. So a lot of that, it's hand in hand, and they don't interact independently. But this is an opportunity and availability for them that they can.
Thank you, Charles. Anyone else have information? Robin?
Sure. So NCD does actually a lot of work in this area, and one of our staff members specifically works with KNAR, which is, and I'm going to mess this up, but they're the Consortium for Administrators of Native American Rehabilitation, I believe. So we do a lot of work with this group, and also in our report we specifically do address folks from tribal communities, and some of our recommendations are specific to these communities.
Thank you, Robin. Anyone else? Gay, do we have any, do you all in the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination have any specific tracking and working with tribal governments?
Well, we work with our tribal
Liaison.
we work with our tribal liaisons within FEMA to do some of the same thing. So whenever we're out there and we're working with any type of disaster, that does include the tribal. And there is a great amount of work with that because the tribal communities do have a large number of disabilities.
Thank you. Have another question from the audience. Can you explain the difference between IPAWS and the emergency alert system? They both seem to serve local and national alerting functions. I understand they may fall under different jurisdictions. And I will say my understanding is the emergency alert system is one of the factors of IPAWS.
That's the key. I think integrated public alerts and warnings, IPAWS, is the overarching concept for integrating alerts and warnings across the entire agency. EAS is one of those facets or conduits for transmission of alerts and warnings, as is wireless emergency alerts is another conduit for transmitting information. So the concept here is that you can essentially have one message over many different systems.
And I would just agree with Charles 100% on that. The only little gloss that I would add to it is that there is the IPAWS is a fully digital system that through which an emergency manager can write up a particular event and make sure that it lands on a whole number of different devices simultaneously, whether it's with the mobile phones or TV and radio with EAS, or even going as far as highway signs, which for in child abductions can be just the difference between life and death. EAS exists in that world, but it also exists in the world where it's distributed in the older way through broadcast, and so it's a balancing act that I think our two agencies work at quite assiduously to make sure that as EAS sort of moves into this digital world where you do have a tremendous amount of flexibility, and particularly in the accessibility area, that we continue to upgrade and maintain the broadcast-based system. And I respond to just for 2 seconds to the prior question. The FCC does have an Office of Native Affairs and Policy that is very active in this area and certainly was a key part of the National Broadband Plan to promote and facilitate the deployment of broadband in Native American areas in this country, which of course is sort of a key building block to be able to take advantage of systems like the IPAWS. So we are working very closely with our colleagues to make sure that all folks in the U.S. are served.
Thank you. I have another question from the internet. Is there any focus on addressing the communication needs of pre-war baby seniors? Most of them do not have access to Internet protocol or other computer-based communication systems. A large number of these folks are also people with disabilities but are not involved with the disability community. Who would like to take a stab at that? Gay? Good. Thank you.
As our work in New Jersey, we were very much engaged with those issues. I think that when I work with a lot of people out in the community, and when I worked in the region and at headquarters, I think our biggest challenges are people who do not identify themselves with a disability. We can make our programs and services as accessible as possible, but if we don't get that word out and people do not want to use it, it presents us with a tremendous amount of challenges. I come from the hard of hearing community, and in my previous work with assistive technology, this was a huge, huge issue, and it's a huge issue within any of our agencies. We can't force somebody to tell us they have a disability, but what we do try to do, though, is when we're looking at technology that we put into our DRCs, or we're looking at presenting messaging out there, we make sure that our messaging includes issues surrounding those who that we would classify as having a disability or hearing loss, but instead of calling out the disability, we often talk about Social Security. We often talk about things that impact them, that get them in the door to be able to apply for disaster assistance. We also put a lot of emphasis on the use of assistive technology, assistive listening devices in our DRCs. But it is a very large challenge that I can remember sitting across from many, many people, knowing that they had a hearing loss, knowing that they had vision loss, maybe both, and they would sit there and adamantly deny to me that they needed anything. But once you showed them that technology, they were able to say, oh, now this really worked for me. So it's a matter of blending that, a lot of different technology that's out there for a large number of people, because, and balancing that world, many of these folks don't know sign language, but they need access to captioning and so forth. So yes, it's a huge challenge for us.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to offer on that? Okay. I'll tell a story. The accessibility kits for the disaster recovery centers that Gay mentioned have magnifying glasses with and without light, a flashlight in addition to the magnification. And we demonstrated this accessibility kit to some of the staff at the Joint Field Office, and people came up afterwards and they said, oh, my aunt, my mother, my father, uncle, really need that. They don't have a lot of problems, but they could really use those magnifying glasses. Yeah. So it's a two-way street. It's hard to identify people who do not get out into the community and are not involved in some of our planning efforts. So, all right, well, we have a few extra minutes because we're going to break after this panel. And let's come back by 10:45. Bathrooms, tech center, and just stretch your legs. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Please, thanks. We'll get started in just a minute. I just want to get everybody directed toward their seats. So thanks, everybody. I'm Susie Rosen Singleton. I'm here with the FCC, and I would like to welcome you to the second panel of the day. The title of this panel is Disability Strategies for Research and Development for Accessible Wireless Emergency Communications Technology. Before I introduce our distinguished panelists, I would like to just share a few introductory remarks. As you all know, the future's actually here. And as you'll see from all the newfangled technology and demonstrations at the FCC's Technology Experience Center in our library, the Internet of Things and modernized telecommunications using video, mobile, and Bluetooth technology enable us to be alerted in cases of emergency in ways never dreamt of before. With such rapid evolution of technology, disability access and inclusion can inadvertently become a costly afterthought in the delivery of emergency communication. Lives can be lost, and indeed have been lost. Needlessly, obviously, and as the old adage goes, a stitch in time saves 9. Accessibility needs to be baked in to all forms of emergency communications. Stakeholders should be included from the outset. Nothing about them without them. We have an esteemed panel before us to examine the needed disability strategies for the research and development of accessible, affordable, and effective wireless emergency communications technology. Without further ado, we'll start with each panelist providing a very brief self-introduction. Please give us your name, your title, and your organization. And you can share a few key highlights of the work that you've done in your respective fields to make accessible wireless communication, emergency communications technology. After we do that, then I'll go back to each panelist and ask you first to identify critical concerns and issues, and then to identify viable solutions. If we have time, we'll then also open it up for questions from the audience, whether from the folks here in the audience, via Twitter, or by email, which would be to the email address livequestions@fcc.gov. And also the Twitter account is #FCCaccessibility. So I will start with you guys on the panel. Again, your name, your title, your organization, and just a few key highlights of your work, please. Either from your organization or you as an individual.
Hello, I'm Norman Williams. I'm a senior research engineer for Gallaudet University's Department, the Technology Access Program, or TAP. We've also been involved in grants and research for the RERC, Research Engineering Rehabilitation Council. We work with relay devices, text, video technology, and mobile devices. I was also a part of the Emergency Access Advisory Committee along with Richard Ray to help to implement text to 911 services. We were looking into various solutions of what was possible at the time. We also have a lab at Gallaudet University with different video phone technologies, whether they are hardware or software based. And we have recently put together a chart for interoperability and compatibility testing. We made 880 calls to deaf people throughout the nation and have published that information. We are also involved in real-time text, RTT, efforts, which gives you more of a real-time access to information rather than line-by-line and batched messaging. Users can type real-time text and you see the words as they're coming through, and it is much more natural and intuitive for users to use rather than having to send a message after completing it. Historically, I was also involved in writing software for TTYs to make calls. I was also involved in Video Relay Service at its inception, putting together technology for that. And I'll turn it over to my fellow panelists.
Hi, my name is Donna Platt. I'm the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the State of North Carolina Division of Services for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I have had 15 years experience of providing training, consulting, and resource work to 911 telecommunicators and emergency responders on providing effective communication services to folks who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing, specifically in Washington State and now with North Carolina. I also have provided education and resources on 911 emergency preparedness as well as notification to the deaf and hard of hearing community. I'm also the co-chair of the committee under the Accessibility Committee under NENA. I co-chair that with Richard Ray. And as Norman has said, and as Richard has said, I was a member of the FCC's Emergency Accessibility Advisory Committee, also known as the EAC. Bill?
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Belt, and I'm a Senior Director of Technology and Standards at the Communications Industry Association. And thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. CEA is a trade association. We are an association of over 2,000 member companies. The easiest way to describe CEA is to say if you walk into a Best Buy, everything you see before you, all the manufacturers, all the software that goes into all the devices, even the retailer himself is a member of the Consumer Electronics Association. If you've heard of us at all, chances are you've heard of our trade show, the Consumer Electronics Show, held every January in Las Vegas. It brings about 150,000 people to Las Vegas over a 3 or 4 day long period, making it the largest trade show in the U.S. and I think the largest annual trade show in the world. Besides the International CES in Vegas, we have CES Asia, which this year will be in May in Singapore. Besides our trade show activity, that activity funds our advocacy work. We do a lot of work on the Hill and at regulatory agencies such as the FCC. And then it funds what I do, which is technology and standards. We're accredited, and we write standards on behalf of our industry. We have a library of hundreds of standards, some of them directly related to communications for people with disabilities. The most important one that you would know would be closed captioning. We are the authors of the closed captioning standard. The reason every TV, no matter who it's made by, no matter what service it's attached to, be it satellite, cable, over the air. The reason that closed captioning works is that there are standards, and we are the authors of those standards. Those standards are always being updated. The latest updates included making those standards work with digital televisions, and more recently, the latest updates were related to making closed captioning work with 3D TV. 3D TV. So we have other less well-known standards related to accessibility. For example, on a plain old telephone, you've probably noticed that the 5 key has a raised bump on it. That bump is actually, it has a name. It's called a nib, N-I-B. And the exact dimensions of that nib are actually laid out in a standard, and we're the authors of those standards. We're working on many other standards projects right now, including at least 2 that are critical to disability and to emergency communications. Have I covered? I think I covered at least all my highlights, so I'm going to pass to Helena. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, and I really want to thank the Federal Communications Commission for putting on this event, because not only is it critical for all the stakeholders that are here present, but the fact that it's being cast wider, more people will be able to participate, provide questions, and give us a lot of input that will help all of our efforts. So I'm Helena Mitchell with the Georgia Institute of Technology Center for Advanced Communications Policy. We're primarily a policy group that does all of our work in unbiased environments that looks at regulatory, legislative, and research and development of what's going on in the field of accessible as well as other wireless-based and new technology-based activities. One of our major activities has been the fact that we are the home of the Wireless RERC, which is the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center for Wireless Technologies, funded by the U.S. Department of Education, NIDER, since 2001. And because of that funding, we've been able to do some really groundbreaking activities. For example, when we started working in this area, only 80% of the population had wireless products or had devices that were wireless. Today, that number is well into the 90s, not just for the general public, but also for people with disabilities, which is a major, major breakthrough. In addition, for over a decade, we've been working on accessible emergency alerting, particularly for people with disabilities. And a lot of our work and the success of our work has to be given to the fact that from the very beginning, we involve people with disabilities in studies, in focus groups, in surveys, and in making sure in any prototype that we develop, they are part of the process. And that's one thing that we really always encourage all of our partners, because we partner not only with industry. Bill is on our advisory board. The FCC is on our advisory board. We have a number. DefLink works closely with us. But we really try to reach out to the many constituents who work together. And if we didn't work together, we would never be able to accomplish what we do. So a lot of the efforts that I have found, having been in Washington for 20 years at the FCC and also with NTIA, is that I'm very proud of the increases that all of these agencies and these entities are having by looking into the receipt of people with disabilities and how they're able to get emergency alerts. For example, we are currently working on 2 research and development projects with the Department of Homeland Security that has made a lot of progress. IPAWS, you heard earlier from Charles McCobb, who was on the panel. With them, we've been working and delving deeper into the issues of how to make WIAs, wireless emergency alerts, more accessible. And that is so important. And not only that, but how we can use WIA with the emergency management community to make them more sensitive and make them more aware. Because as the public, many of us may get messages in our cell phone. We're not really sure where that message is coming from. So we've been delving into that and trying to see what the requirements and activities are on that. And also looking at the uses of social media. Social media is used by the general public and also by many of us in this room, especially people with disabilities who use it both to communicate, to receive, and to send messages. So that has led us actually to some more work with another agency, which is Dennis Gusty, I see you sitting back there, which is the Science and Technology Division of DHS. And what we've done there is we've actually taken the work we've done with iPAWS to the next level. Because when we started working with iPAWS, what we noticed, because, again, I keep looking at Kay, but DefLink was one of our partners, and we began to realize that, yeah, sure, we try to reach out to the deaf and hard of hearing community, but ASL is also a special community. And so we began working with them closely to figure out how you're going to become conversant in ASL. How do people who are only conversant in ASL actually get their information across? So as a result, we're working with DHS, with the Dennis Gusty's group, Science and Technology, to take it to the next step, which is to optimize the receipt of these alerts by creating a vibration rating scale and also looking at light sequencing recommendations. And I'm going to end, but I just want to make one comment on that, optimizing the scales and looking at lighting and vibrations. And we're going to try and do something similar to the HAC. If many of you are familiar with the hearing aid compatibility work that was done, initially that was not put on packaging for phones. Now it is. And so we're hoping at some point in time the scales that we're able to create and the ways we're able to do all this work will contribute to that process. And I'll save the rest of my comments for when we get further in the program. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and the awesome group that you've pulled together. My name is Kay Chido. I'm CEO of DefLink. And DefLink was established in 2002 with a focus on seamless communication access for people with sensory disabilities. And we were very, I won't say blessed because of what happened, but we had the opportunity to first introduce the Accessible Hazard Alert System, AHAS, in 2005. We were working with the state of Texas, putting access in the shelters, and as y'all know, Hurricane Rita headed toward Houston. So we activated the first accessible alert. It was in voice, sign, text, and it went to individuals that we had contact information on. AHAS also provided TV stations within the affected area, the areas that would be impacted, the capability of stripping the voice and the captioning off if they wanted it, and they aired the sign language. And trust me, back in 2005, trying to convince a TV station to air something that they had no clue, they said this could be a message, a terrorist message, and we had some that refused to actually air it. But the ones who did, we got feedback from the disability community that they had actually been warned in their modality, their language. So it was really awesome. We were also able to work with FEMA, the iPAWS group. We first met Charles in that group. We went in with them to several states and showed how you could provide access to not only your deaf, blind, hard of hearing, and deaf and blind communities. Our alerts also provided access for a large segment of the populations who are low literate, who depended on that voiced information to know what was going on in their area. We also worked with FEMA during, I believe it was, Charles is over there, he's going to correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was during Hurricane Ike when we took FEMA's press releases and sent them through our AHAS system. So deaf, blind, and you know, we had a lot of people that really were going, really, Kay, deaf, blind, come on. One of the stories on FEMA's website is about a lady who went to pick up her daughter who lived in Texas. And the mother was in awe that her daughter, who was living independently, deaf-blind, of course, and doing a great job, she told her mother, I need to do this, this, and this, and this. And the mother said, how do you know? And she said, FEMA sent it to me. So she had access. And that was really, that's the kind of stories that makes what we do all worth it. So, again, some of the first accessible alerts started in 2005. And then we also provided the first boil water alert in the Corpus Christi area after floods. And the state of Texas got feedback on that this community had never heard of boil water. And it led to a 6-year contract with the state of Texas. that provided access for anything that was a threat to life or property. I would like for you to know that we gained awesome experience working with FEMA. The state of Texas, Mike Houston and myself and our team, we were boots on the ground going into shelters. And, you know, it's interesting, I'm sure y'all have heard this before, but to go into a shelter and ask, we're here to be sure that you have access for someone who may be deaf or deafblind. Almost without fail, we were told, oh, we don't have anyone in here like that. If we did, we would know, we would recognize them. Which, after walking the shelters, I think Mike found 11 people in one small shelter. But it's amazing. The need for the education is one of the things that's really important to us, is educating emergency managers. And working with Georgia Tech, I just wanted to share something very quick about Georgia Tech. They came to Texas, did a focus group with a segment of the community who totally were reliant on ASL. They have become such heroes. The deaf community was telling their emergency managers, you know, really, would you please just give us access to that information? They used a sign for, you know, Ed and Salima and talked about Helena. People from out of our state care about our lives. So we're really impressed with the work you're doing and what all of you are doing here today. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of you sharing your stories and your experience. You have a wealth of information, I know, to share with all of us about, for example, best practices for research and development. And I have two sets of questions. Really, the first one focuses on what are some of the foremost problems that you have identified in this area that need further research and development. Whether it be outreach, technology, for example. I'd like you to just give me a bit of information on what you have identified as problems that you feel are still first and foremost there. And also, I know some of you probably have quite a bit to share on that. But after that, I then want to focus on what you think solutions might be. I know some of you have already proposed some solutions and that speak directly to emergency managers. And I think that those are obviously great solutions. But specifically, if we could talk about technical or technological solutions that you feel might be easily implemented for future purposes to address the needs of people with disabilities for accessible emergency communications. So, Norm, do you want to start? You're right to my left, so first person I see.
Sure. There are different ways to reach 911 in the deaf community. You can use a TTY, you could be using a mobile device, you could be using a video phone. Each of those has their own unique set of issues. What we really need is multimedia calling that is going to collapse those different methods together. There are some TTYs that are still out there, and there are good reasons for that. We have a good migration plan for how to move into the IP world. We need to make sure that that is robust and a seamless transition. We have some standards work that is ongoing there. We also are looking at real-time text, as I mentioned earlier. That is a transition, but as a part of that transition, it's going to necessitate the giving up of the TTY. There's something called RFC 4103, which we intend to be a bridge between different internal categories. So, for example, cell phones, which has its own real-time text format. It may look the same to the end user, but the behind-the-scenes interface with different services is going to be unique. There's a standard for that. There is a standard for IP-based use at home. There may be a standard for PBX, proprietary system, that has real-time text, but is incompatible with those other systems that I mentioned. So we need to make sure to get those following a single standard, or at least through that bridge that I mentioned. That plan poses a number of different challenges. Another issue is using WebRTC, so real-time communication, RTC, WebRTC. manufacturers, regardless of which web browser, need to be able to communicate with one another, and by and large they do. However, how can we pass location information? There are two key requirements there. One is security. The second is reliability. The reason I mention it is we don't want locations to be able to be spoofed. And by spoofing, I mean providing a false location. So we call that swatting, sending FBI teams to someone's house erroneously as a prank. That type of thing, to spoof an address, would be a terrible thing. We want to be sure that we can avoid that. And second, reliability. We want to know that the service is going to be reliable and accurate in terms of the address that's being passed. More importantly, a PSAP. If we're using the web to call 911, routing to a PSAP is based on physical location. Now, reverse 911. There are some areas that we can definitely make some improvement. For example, a situation with an individual who has a phone plugged in to charge at home, right? And they are not going to receive that alert if their phone is charged, is being charged. If you are sleeping, you may not get that alert. There are situations that deaf people are certainly going to be missing. So if you have your phone plugged in as a deaf person, if you are sleeping overnight as a deaf person, you are going to miss those alerts on your phone. Often, when a deaf person is asked for their home phone number on a form, as we are often, we use our video phone numbers, which means that reverse 911 calling, which is a very quick way to contact people, is actually going to be subject to a hold as that relay service is being passed through our video phone. And what is going to happen is the computer, the automated voice that is making a call to the video phone, is going to receive the VRS recording that says hold for the next available operator to interpret your call. But that emergency alert system is going to interpret that it has been connected to a person and is going to provide that pre-recorded message and is then going to disconnect. And so that may have already happened before an interpreter or the deaf person are connected to receive that message. We don't ask that there be a hold placed for every call, but that there can be a database established that provides access to a registry of these phone numbers and can be checked against to determine if this is a video phone, and if so, to provide a longer hold before the message is being provided. That's something that is going to be able to increase accessibility for deafness to people who are deaf, and I think it's a solution. But Donna?
So access to emergency alerts and information, obviously, is very critical to people who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. And more, there are natural and man-made emergencies happening all across the country. The options for disseminating these alerts and informational warnings are now not only through the radio and television. We have a lot of communications technology that is changing and providing different modes to get these alerts out. But I believe there are three pressing issues that come with these changes. Public information, dissemination of information, as well as live assistance. Going back to my first one, emergency alerts and notifications. There are many towns, localities, counties, states that have contracts with notification services. You know, folks need to register and opt in to participate, give their phone number, their email address, number for text messages, et cetera, et cetera. And as Norm was just saying, many deaf folks will use their video phone number as their home number, which is the 10-digit number that's been given to them by a VRS provider or another type of relay provider. So they use that 10-digit number and indicate that it's the voice number for them to be reached at, which is a problem, as Norm has just said. If an automated alert goes to that number, it's going to be automatically directed through a relay provider. And they have to wait for the next available relay agent to relay that call. The message doesn't realize that it didn't get to a live person. It doesn't realize that it got a recorded message. And so either the call hangs up or is never delivered. So that deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind individual never gets that very critical piece of information, that alert, that could potentially have affected their life, health, and property. Second pressing issue is public information. Sometimes there is a live video event or a clip that's posted on a particular website that was never shown on television. It was just provided for a website. Often those are not captioned. Some of the clips may make it to YouTube, which has beta software available that will translate the spoken word to text as captions, if you will. But it often doesn't meet the national standards for the quality of closed captioning. This lack of captioning on videos, whether it's a live video or a clip, has an effect on the deaf or hard of hearing individual who is then left out because they do not get access to that information that could, again, potentially affect their life, health, and property. The third pressing area is live assistance. Let's say there's a press conference being given by a governor, a mayor, or some other official. And in that individual's statements, they talk about how you can get assistance, how you can seek shelter. They'll maybe list evacuation routes and give reports on the damage that has occurred at this natural disaster, for example. And they'll say, call 211 for further information. A deaf or hard of hearing individual often cannot call that 3-digit number because it's voice only. So, and they can't text to it either. Those individuals would then have to rely on a third-party relay service to connect to 211 or 311 in their area, which also does not work. The reason being, relay service often cannot then dial a 3-digit local short code number, such as 211 or 311, because access to that particular short code dialing is regional, and the relay center is often not in that region. And if they call 211 or 311, they will not get that particular locality's information services. Even though the relay center is acting as a bridge, if you will, as a communication bridge, they can't help that individual get to the information. So in order to have access to local 211 or 311 agency services, that person will have to find and utilize a 10-digit telephone number in that agency to call. Of course, using relay services, as I explained. There's no national database right now of 10-digit telephone numbers for all 211 and 311 agencies that relay services could then utilize and call in lieu of dialing 211 and 311. The same situation occurs with 511, traffic information services. So the three things that I just mentioned are the pressing issues that I believe have been there, are still there, and need to be addressed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bill Belt from CEA, and I'm going to go back to Susie's original question, which was what are concerns, and in this case my concerns, that could be addressed through research and development. A robust emergency communication system would require buy-in from hundreds, really, maybe thousands, of manufacturers and service providers. Donna correctly noted that the way we get our emergency communications today has really dispersed. It's not just TV. It's certainly not TV and radio. We get text. We get email. There's word of mouth. There's third-party services. There's smoke signals. I mean, there's sort of an endless number of ways in which we get our emergency messages. So I mentioned at the beginning of this, of my presentation earlier, I represent 2,000 companies. The companies range from enormous, multinational companies to actually 80% of them are small businesses. There's only a couple things they have in common, and one of them is almost all of them, not all of them, but almost all of them are for-profit companies. They're there to make money for themselves, for their owners, for their shareholders. One area I think that is ripe for research, given the kinds of companies involved here, is to try to learn more about the economic benefits of providing accessible services in these big companies. And I've been looking for it, and I've noticed there's a lack of really good research out there, accurate, measurable research that can be used to convince companies and to teach companies and to teach the employees at those companies what the economic benefits are to providing more services and more products with more enhanced accessibility. Because all of those products and services, even if they're sold at, let's say, a Best Buy, would probably have a role in emergency communications. Your phone is going to have a role in emergency communications. Your TV will, all the other products you use. So for me, it becomes a job of trying to discover research, which I've discovered actually is missing and needed, to ensure that companies understand the benefits and the profitable benefits of it, so that they get into these businesses and stay into these businesses. And I think just the nature of the network now is that emergency networks is that as that disperses through products, it will make the network automatically more effective and more useful for people with disabilities. So that's the probably main thing I'd like to see, is more evidence of the economic benefit of accessible communications at the highest level, the most sort of general sense, because I think it will trickle down to the kinds of products and services that matter with respect to this question. Thank you.
I actually had a very long list of pressing issues, but thanks to Norman, Donna, and Bill, that list is now shrunk to 5. So I'm going to hit 5 areas that, from the research and development part, the Georgia Tech team has come to surface to the top. One of them kind of relates a little bit to what Bill was just talking about, the need for manufacturers and designers to incorporate people with disabilities in the R&D work and the evaluation of potential via devices and handheld smartphones. A lot of times industry says they don't know how to go about doing this. Well, contact us, because we have over 2,000 people that are in our user base that are willing to serve on focus groups, that are willing to take part in national surveys, and are willing to test prototype equipment. And we've been finding more and more through the years that industry partners have been willing to give us some of their prototypes that are in development for us to play with and share with others. And for example, we went to Texas, we went to North Carolina, and there's no reason that if you are a manufacturer and you're trying to put together one of these groups, that you can't find people that are willing to participate and that actually appreciate what's being done. Contact us. We have our list is national. The FCC has helped us with much of this distribution of the information. And if you go into the Experience Center after this, you'll see some of the results of our research and development prototype work that has come about out of our products. For example, we created something called an apps factory. We did this because we realized that technology changes really quickly. And as a result, people with disabilities also need to be able to play with technology, decide what activities and what's going to really work. And so our apps factory has 2 exhibits in the back. And you can go look at them, play with them. Jim Mueller's back there. He's really great. He runs the Apps Factory. We also have one project funded by the Wireless RERC, NITRE, which is an external alerting device for disseminating WIA messages. This was also done in consultation with IPAWS. And IPAWS is using this platform to help us. But the external alerting device is something that came out of our focus groups. We had never even thought of putting a device that somebody could travel with, a small box, plug it in wherever they go, and if it was a WIA alert, not just any alert, just a WIA alert, they would get it no matter where they are in real time. The other activity that we have back there is an IPAWS-funded project called Early Bird. And Early Bird is, again, came out of our focus groups, which said, look, we could use a hashtag to communicate with each other during emergencies. And so we've been working with this early bird concept. You can go back there and check that out. We really believe that another issue that's important in this area has to do with geo-targeting solutions. Because one thing that happens in an emergency, and I started out with the National Telecommunications Information Administration, moved over to NTIA in the 80s and 90s. And back then, this is the 90s. We knew that you could geo-target. We had industry working with us. You could geo-target individuals. You could geo-target independent living centers. We knew back then, but this is 2014, and we're still not doing it at the gradual level where we believe that needs to be done. Because using things like geofencing, geo-targeting to schools for the deaf and other populations, several panelists have talked about the kinds of things that it could be used at and why people were injured because they didn't have it. Dennis Gusty with the Science and Technology Division, they funded a whole group of projects dealing with geo-targeting. So we're hoping to see those roll out to the public and how we can take that to the next level. Another area is the need for more empirical research on what factors encourage trust, verify, and take protective action responses from people with disabilities. Because we have anecdotal information, but there is not a lot of actual empirical research. And part of that is because the rollout of WIA is pretty current since 2012. So we need to be able to gather more information on how people respond to actual WIA alerts. Another one, I'm skipping through a bunch since they've been already mentioned. The need for longitudinal studies on what happens to people with disabilities during and after active emergencies. Again, lots and lots of anecdotal research, but nothing that has been done in a longitudinal study methodology to be able to convince not just government agencies, but also companies, and why it's important to be able to have accessible features on these phones. And one that is one of my pet peeves that I've always been really concerned about, although it's a little bit different than the rest of them, has to do with, I think, that the federal government has funded quite a few research and development projects and conferences through the years. But a lot of times the information that comes out of those are not shared, and they're not necessarily shared with other stakeholders. And I think that there should be a platform to increase the sharing of the outcomes, particularly with agencies like the FCC or other agencies like NCD who are working in this space. And as a matter of fact, I think that's how a lot of what we do got rolling, because whenever we used to do research, we would do ex parte filings to the Federal Communications Commission to let them know what we were finding. And I encourage all organizations to file before the FCC in these rulemakings. You don't have to be an attorney, and you don't have to necessarily have the expertise in understanding the overall rule that's being put out or the proposed rulemaking. What you can do is address the sections of those that deal with the issues that you're concerned with. And the Federal Communications Commission is becoming really good, and I want to thank you, Susie, and of course Karen Pell-Strauss and Cheryl King and the rest of them, to start putting, they have now started putting that language in all their rulemakings. What's the impact of this rulemaking on people with disabilities? And it's up to us to file and make those comments and be the voice that they have missing right now. And the last one is that they need to increase funding to the agencies. Congress needs to increase funding to these federal agencies that are working in the space so that they can start allocating research dollars that are supporting on the horizon efforts that what we're talking about today, especially on this panel. Thank you.
Okay. To address my concerns, I have a long list, so I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible. But one of the things that, when I say I'm actually representing a group of people that we're very concerned about, and they want better education for people who are in positions such as emergency managers, people that are tasked with the job of protecting lives. And, you know, it's difficult, and we've met a lot of really great people in emergency management. And as we tell the community that we serve, when we go in and talk, we're a salesperson. We're a for-profit company that was developed for the specific purpose of making an accessible hazard alert system. And we're in cities and counties in Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, California, other places that have gotten the message that one of their most vulnerable, populations are going to be those who rely on ASL and people who are deafblind. That access is so critical. And one of the things we hear, and I think Georgia Tech heard it too from the group when they came in, is saying, it's awesome, and we appreciate the fact that you make information now. I think we made how to prepare a Go kit, your emergency kit, accessible, voice, sign, text, and it's without all of those modalities, you're going to miss somebody. But this segment of the population that do rely on ASL says, appreciate you telling me how to make my Go kit, but if you don't tell me when to use it, you will find it beside my body. And that's the important part. Again, I don't know if I can show this to everybody here, but this is an example.
On the lowest floor of your building.
This was a demo made for Washington, D.C.
Blankets, pillows, or a mattress for protection until the storm has passed.
Okay, I'm not going to play all of that, but one of the things that we did when we first developed AHAS, the Accessible Hazard Alert System, and used it in 2005, is we needed to know ourselves. Now, we're not like Georgia Tech. We're not that, really drilled down into the numbers. And we needed to know what part are we missing? What did we not do right? And a lot of the deaf community, again, I'm referring to those who rely on ASL. They would say, well, yeah, I've got some English, I understand. I've seen messages that say shelter in place, but you need to tell them, Kay, that they forget to tell us where the place is. So, again, depending on who your audience is, and when you're trying to approach the whole community, that message has to be clear and effective, especially to a population that we have, like many people in this room who deal with the deaf community, I get VP calls from all over the United States. And one of the things I stress is you've got to say, I don't use English. And you need to stop being embarrassed. And I use the example as, I live in Texas. I go into a restaurant and they give me a menu in Spanish. I had to be careful how I say I'll get in trouble with Arkansas, because I'm originally from Arkansas. That's my excuse. But if they give me a menu and I say, can I please have one in English? They don't say, oh my goodness, she doesn't read and write. And I hear that. I grew up with deaf and deafblind, and I'm talking about the deaf and deafblind that do not use English. And they need to stop being embarrassed. And I hear that. Well, I don't want the hearing person to think I'm an idiot. No, it's your native language. And the education's on both sides. When we send out an alert, it's amazing because an emergency manager said, well, I've only got so many people in this database. Those of you who know the deaf community, word of hand travels pretty fast. You will send those on, daisy chain those in a heartbeat. So getting people to understand it's not the number in the database. If you're wanting to count, I'm picking on you again, Helena. If you got to count something, count the hits that you're getting on that server, because it will be passed on. So the education needs to go, and again, that's one of my big things. It's not just the education for the emergency management, it's also for the communities we serve. And it's interesting that I get a video call from someone and says, you don't see my story on TV. They don't tell you about the deaf person who ran into trying to get back into their community, and you see the fire trucks, and the person was so upset, because a lot of times when I get a VP call and someone says, are you okay? I'll joke and say, well, I don't know, it depends. But you can tell from her emotions that this was a serious call. And she says, you didn't send me a warning. And there was a fireman and a fire truck, and they blocked going back into my neighborhood. And the first thing she said is a big fireman walked over and opened his pocket and pulled out and was writing. And she was very upset. She slapped his hands out in front of her face when he offered the note to her. Then she says, you know, I'm a smart deaf person. She said, I didn't argue with him because they would. And she knew that she'd be arrested if she tried to get past them. So she pulled off and went around. And as she said, I tore up under my car. And they followed her. They could see her, and they followed her. They arrived, same time, right behind her on her tail end, when she got to her house, where her 14-year-old daughter, who's deaf, and her 6 or 7-year-old son, who's hearing. She didn't know there was an evacuation because of the fires. So, and for me to have to say, you know, you have to complain to somebody. It's easier to call us than to call Charles. I'm sorry, you were in the room, Charles. and tell me, why didn't you warn me? To tell her this system's not available in your area. It's very difficult. But we also tell them, you have to tell the people in your area. They're going, how? I can't write a letter. People say, write a letter to your representative. She goes, that's not going to happen. So it's those issues we deal with, and it's very difficult to say there needs to be education, because we're in the middle here. We're a vendor, so we're going to look like a salesperson. And so when I tell the deaf community, the words off your hands have more power than my voice. We're serious. We work for that community. That's who we serve. But when we go in, we can't talk for them because you're going to see a salesperson. So education to emergency managers is so critical. We've heard emergency managers say, well, we've been told by some agencies that if we just write the message real simple, they can pick out a few words. Oh, my goodness. Well, I can pick out a few words in Spanish. It's bathroom and beer. So, you know, it's challenging. So that's what our concern is, and trust me, we would appreciate all your help. And thank you very much.
Susie, I want to add a comment.
Sure. Make it quick, please.
Okay. Because of Kay's passion for this whole field of ASL and her work with us, we actually have created we don't want to call it myths and misconceptions, but it's basically misconceptions on the ASL community. And it's available on our website. We can send it to the FCC. You can post it on your website. And Kay and her group helped us prepare this document because it's really a critical issue that many people just don't understand. So thanks, Kay.
Thanks, Helena. And actually, thanks to all of you for your perceptions on what the priorities are for issues that need to be addressed. And as some of you have already said, you know, obviously it kind of depends on who you ask, because everyone has their own perceptions as to what the needs are. The bottom line, however, is that nothing about the stakeholders without the stakeholders' input. So you've identified a number of problems, and you know, we always like to try to find solutions. And some of the solutions might be available as we speak in our tech center in the library. So if, again, during lunch, maybe you can visit some of those solutions, that would be a good idea. And they might help with a number of the issues you've just identified. But moving on to my next question, the FCC has been asked about the economic benefits to emergency communications and how we can justify rules and regulations that way, since we do have to justify and do a cost-benefit analysis every time we establish a rule. And obviously, you look at how much a life is worth. It doesn't really translate to a particular number, but no one would argue that it's cheap. And so we have our Text 911 rulemaking documents, for example, that spell out the cost-benefit, if you will, and does an analysis of lives being saved. And it's immeasurable, honestly, in so many ways, as we all know. So that's just one possible solution, but I'm curious what your solutions are. Some of you have already shared some of them, and I want to be careful with and mindful of the time and allow questions from the audience. But if you could, anyone, just jump in on any solutions that you feel should be highlighted for this purpose, please do so.
This is Helena. I think one of the things is that the U.S. Census needs to just have a simple little question put in there. And the question is already there, but it's a demographic question that says, what is your primary language? And include ASL in that census, because it would help not just the FCC, but it would help many other groups that are looking at later analysis of studies and some discovery issues that could come about later on. That's one.
This is Kate Chido, and I agree with her. That's one of the things we find is a lot of the communities we serve, when the census is sent to their house, it goes into the trash. So the census, as well as you've done with your surveys, we've worked together, need to be accessible, voice, sign, text. It needs to have the whole access package in order for them to fill it out and understand what they're doing.
I think that all video phone software should be required to include real-time text for one simple reason. Bandwidth is not always a known quantity. And if you cannot get a clear picture of signing to an operator, you should have the option to use text to communicate to the operator in that situation. It's important, particularly considering the quality of bandwidth and that it's in many cases very poor. Video phones, whether they're software or hardware phones, should include that. We don't need to have one or the other, video or text, voice or text. We need to include multiple different channels, and that should be accessible regardless of what the network condition is at that moment.
I actually have a few suggested solutions. So right now we are in the midst of the deployment of text to 911 across the country. So what about text to 211, 311, or 511? Secondly, the policies on captioning for live videos as well as for video clips, specifically clips related to emergency information that might be posted on the website but were never shown on television, need to be analyzed and updated. Third, more and more states are developing and establishing disaster response language, sign language interpreters, teams of interpreters who are ready during a disaster to be deployed to certain areas to provide interpreting services. That's in the midst of happening as we speak. Many of them are working closely with emergency responders or emergency managers. So if a disaster strikes and that team is mobilized, they should have proper discussions, a division of responsibilities to make sure that at least someone in that group is responsible for public information. Maybe the public information officer can be responsible for figuring out how to get information out to the public. There are some of those individuals who also obviously speak English, Spanish, or a number of languages, including myself as a sign language user, could do video clips and have them posted with canned messages on how individuals can sign up for emergency services, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, during a disaster, there may or may not be video accessibility or VRS capability available, but having these video clips available at a minimum would be helpful. I'm sorry, does anyone else have anything else to add?
I was just going to say the FCC has Access Info, which is a really, really good outreach product that talks about all the different activities going on at the FCC. But if they could push it out, because how many people outside of people that work in this space know there is a FCC or what the FCC actually does? I have two highly educated, my twin is an ophthalmologist, my younger brother's a 3-time Emmy Award winner. They don't know anything about the FCC or what it does. So one of the things I think we could do is push Access Info out to like the U.S. Chambers of Commerce, a lot of these other independent groups that work with the public, get more PSAs up so people know how they can reach out and get this information.
This is Kate Chido. We have talked to several entities about when there is a disaster, a lot of times the interpreters in their area may be impacted as well, and they aren't available to go out to the areas when the media is speaking. And, you know, with technology now, is the ability, even at the very least, is to have an iPad and one of the TV stations put a camera on it. And that feed can be from VRI. They can have immediate access to making their information accessible to people who are deaf. And that's important. Even the newscast, a TV station can connect within seconds and have access to an interpreter. So we have a hard time seeing why there's an excuse that there isn't that access, especially in an emergency situation. Mm-hmm. The solutions already exist.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I think we're all in that particular boat together. So I just want to say that we have run out of time, and I appreciate you sharing your time with us. We do want to run to a lunch break and give you time to also go into the library, the tech center, as well as network with others. We're going to start back at 12:30 promptly for the next panel. And I believe the next panel, I don't have the name in front of me. I know the panel is focusing on text to 911. It'll be very exciting. So again, thanks for your time, and thanks to all the panelists for your wonderful contributions. Thank you.
I can't figure out what that is. I don't know.
Okay.
Say again? Yeah, yeah. They need to hear. Make sure they get it on record.
I think that's a good idea, yeah. Okay, are we ready? If folks could take their seats, please. All right, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I know it was a short lunch break. I hope everybody was able to grab something. And welcome to the third panel of today's workshop. We are going to be focusing in this panel on text to 911. I am David Firth. I'm Deputy Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau at the FCC. Delighted to be moderating this panel with the real experts on text to 911. A couple of housekeeping details to start off with. We're going to have a series of presentations from members of the panel. Then we'll be moving on to a roundtable discussion. And during the roundtable portion, we are very willing and indeed eager to take questions from the audience. As I understand it, the format is that the questions are being provided in writing, passed on to us, and then we can interject them into the conversation. In addition, we will be taking questions from our online audience. So, welcome everyone. Before we begin, I'd also like to say a thank you in advance to our very able sign language interpreters who are translating our words so eloquently, as they always do. So we are here today to talk about the current state of text to 911. The the label for the panel in the brochure says what it is and what it isn't. I'd also like to have this panel talk about what text to 911 can be and should be in the future. The first thing to note is that text to 911 is no longer an abstract concept. I was looking back at our record of activity in text to 911 and realizing it was only 5 years ago that Black Hawk County, Iowa, initiated what I believe was the first pilot of text to 911. So it was a single county in Iowa with a single carrier doing this pilot, and that was 5 years ago. And look at where we are now. Now, the 4 major carriers support text to 911 nationwide. Other carriers and interconnected text providers are climbing on board to also support text to 911. We have over 125 PSAPs that are accepting text. So text to 911 is not an abstraction. It's here. It's real, and it has already saved lives. But the current version of text to 911, which is primarily SMS-based, what I call text to 911 version 1.0, is an interim step. It's not available everywhere, and we can't stop at version 1.0. This is a down payment. This is a down payment on an obligation we owe first to people with disabilities to make the 911 system fully accessible, and it's a down payment on an obligation to the general public to provide text as an alternative means of communicating with 911 when a voice call is not an option. So today we have a great panel that represents the end-to-end chain that supports text to 911. Representatives from carriers, from 911 service providers that are implementing the essential text control center functions, and from PSAPs and the public safety community. We're going to start with presentations. And first off, I'm going to ask Tim May of the Public Safety Bureau to provide an overview of where text to 911 stands from an FCC perspective. And then we'll move on to each of the panelists in turn. Thank you. Tim?
Great. Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everyone. In the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to briefly cover the main points of what we now affectionately call the second report in order on text to 911. And this is the basic framework for the provision of text to 911 service by covered text providers. Slide 2, though, I think it's important to show, to quickly survey how we got here. So slide 2 shows a simple chronological progression from left to right for the text to 911 proceeding with significant benchmarks identified along the way. The proceeding began in September 2011 with the release of the first notice of proposed rulemaking, in which we sought comment on a number of issues related to next generation 911, including how to implement text to 911. At the time, sending text messages, let alone photos and video clips, was and remains an everyday activity for consumers. So the Commission viewed adding non-voice capabilities to our 911 system as a near-term opportunity to expand access to emergency help, both for people with disabilities and for people in situations where placing a voice call to 911 could be difficult or dangerous, and an opportunity to provide first responders with one more tool to improve emergency response. There are 3 key milestones, I think, which are important to point out. The first is that in December 2012, the 4 major carriers, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Verizon, entered into a voluntary agreement with the National Emergency Number Association and APCO, sitting at the end of the table, to be capable of providing text 911 to a requesting PSAP by May 15th of 2014. Now, as part of that agreement, the 4 major carriers committed to implementing text 911 to a PSAP making a valid request of the carrier within a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 6 months. To implement text 911, the carrier community worked with ADIS and TIA to develop an interim SMS to 911 standard. Once that was in place, the carriers began working towards their commitment. I can say that earlier this year, each of the carriers met their commitment and reported to the Commission that indeed they were capable on a nationwide basis to send texts to PSAPs capable of receiving them. The next Also coincident with the agreement was that in December 2012, the Commission released its further notice of proposed rulemaking. And this proposed to require all CMRS providers, all wireless providers, as well as interconnected text messaging providers, to support text messaging to 911 in all areas throughout the nation where PSAPs are capable of and prepared to accept text. A third important milestone is the May 2013 report and order, which required so-called covered text providers, and I'll get to that definition in a little bit, to provide consumers attempting to send a text to 911 with an automatic bounce-back message when the service is unavailable. The Commission viewed bounce-back messages as a critical benefit for consumers, recognizing that Text 911 would not be rolled out uniformly across the country or across text messaging platforms, and they needed some way to know that that service wasn't available during time of emergency. But the focus of today's session is indeed the second report and order, which the Commission adopted in August. Slide 3 lists 3 aspects of the order which I think are worth noting before we get into the implementation aspects. First, accessibility to 911 emergency services. One of the Commission's mandates under the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act of 2010 is to expand access to emergency communications for individuals with disabilities. In order for the Commission to achieve this goal, it found it necessary to include both wireless providers and providers of interconnected text messaging services within the scope of the requirement. Many interconnected text providers offer the same functions as CMRS-provided text messaging, and so for this reason, individuals with disabilities may opt for such a service instead of the CMRS-provided service, and they may never use the CMRS-provided service, and thus in a time of an emergency, if it's not supported on the interconnected text application, suddenly they have to revert to the wireless-based application, and it's too confusing. The second item, therefore, covers the scope of the order. And so the scope is that this requirement extends to so-called covered text providers. And what is a covered text provider? This is a new definition within the Commission's rules. So it's all CMRS providers or all wireless providers, as well as all providers of interconnected text messaging services that enable consumers to send text messages to and receive text messages from all or substantially all text-capable U.S. telephone numbers, including through the use of applications downloaded or otherwise installed on mobile phones. The third key aspect of the item is that the Commission took a technologically neutral approach. It did not mandate any particular model for implementing Text 911. We refer generically to SMS. That is indeed the method by which texts are transmitted now, but the item refers to texts. Our rules discuss texts in general, and so we expect wireless carriers to rely on SMS-based Text 911, and if they do, they are required to allow access to SMS-based texting by other text providers, but there's nothing in our rules which requires a wireless provider to keep in place its SMS platform in order to support other covered text providers. In fact, the Commission has encouraged covered text providers, both wireless carriers and interconnected text messaging providers, to develop solutions to support Text 911 without reliance on CMRS providers' underlying networks. Slide 4 describes the two-step implementation process for a covered text provider. By December 31st, 2014, covered text providers must be capable of supporting text to 911 independent of whether they have received a PSAP request for service. The second phase of the obligation is that they will have 6 months from December 31st, 2014 or June 30th, 2015 to begin delivering 911 text messages to PSAPs that have submitted a valid request for text to 911 service on or before December 31st, 2014, unless another time frame mutually agreed upon between the provider and the PSAP is reached. In any event, a covered text provider will have 6 months from any valid PSAP request received after December 31st, 2014, to commence delivery of text to 911 for that PSAP. Slide 5 describes the PSAP's implementation obligations. If in the first instance, a PSAP must present a valid request to a covered text provider. So what is a valid request under the first bullet? It is one where the requesting PSAP certifies that it is technically ready to receive 911 text messages in the format that they are requesting. If they've chosen a web browser platform, they must certify that that's how they're going to accept text. If it's a TTY, they must certify to the same. If it is direct IP, they must certify to the same. So those are the three general methods currently in practice today to support text into a PSAP facility. Secondly, the appropriate local or state 911 service governing authority has to have specifically authorized that PSAP to accept, and by extension, the covered text provider to deliver text 911 service. And the requesting PSAP has notified the covered text provider that it's both technically ready to receive 911 text messages and has been authorized to accept such messages. So how do PSAPs provide this notification to covered text providers? That's the second bullet. The Commission directed the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau to develop and maintain a centralized database reflecting text readiness of individual PSAPs. Registration in the database will commence a 6-month implementation time frame for covered text providers. The Bureau is presently preparing a public notice which will provide specific details on the mechanism for PSAPs to register the request for service. We intend to pre-populate the list with PSAPs that are presently accepting texts, and thus, as of December 31st, all covered text providers will have until June 30th, 2015, to begin delivering text to these PSAPs. However, I want to emphasize that PSAPs may provide other written notification to covered text providers. The FCC's list, we hope, is the central point to go, but it is not going to be the only one. PSAPs do have the ability to notify through alternative mechanism. And finally, I'm going to discuss really quick, there's also a third further notice of proposed rulemaking, which I think we should touch on here because I believe that's going to occupy half of today's discussion, and David alluded to the future services. So the Commission sought comment on future enhancements to Text 911 in three core areas. First, the feasibility to provide precise location for 911 texts. The Commission proposed that no later than 2 years as of the effective date of the adoption of final rules on enhanced location, covered text providers must provide enhanced location information with Text 911. That location would consist of the best available location that the covered text provider could obtain from any available location technology or combination of technologies, including device-based location. The Commission seeking comment on whether solutions could be developed to provide enhanced location in the 2-year time frame, and if not, what a suitable time frame would be. The ultimate location accuracy objective, though, as identified by the Commission, is that we want covered text providers to deliver all communications to 911 with location information that is sufficiently granular to provide a dispatchable address. The second bullet concerns the technical challenges associated with text to 911 while roaming. The Commission refrained from adopting a specific roaming requirement in the second report and order due to very specific technical limitations associated with the SMS platform. It is a 20-something-plus-year-old platform. It was not designed initially with 911 in mind, so roaming is a technical issue that needs to be addressed. But we did seek comment on possible solutions, and we proposed to require covered text providers to support roaming for Text 911 no later than 2 years from the effective date of the adoption of final roaming rules. The third key aspect regards extending 911 to future texting services. And so the further notice asks a number of questions related to 911 text messages delivered over Wi-Fi and non-CMRS or non-wireless networks, non-interconnected text applications, rich media services including combinations of text, video, and photos, real-time text communications, and telematics and other automated public safety services. We accepted comments on October 17th. I can say we got roughly 20 to 25, and reply comments are due on November 17th. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We're going to then move on to the other panelists, and we'll start with Matt Gerst, who is the Director of State Regulatory Affairs for CTIA. And for him and the other panelists, what I asked each of them in their presentation to do was to give a brief overview of their organization or their company's role in Text to 911, their assessment of the progress that's been made to date in deploying Text to 911 nationwide, what are the key takeaways, the lessons that we've learned up to this point, and then finally get out your crystal ball and give us an assessment of what you think the future path for Text to 911 is from here on out. So we'll start with Matt Gerst.
Great. Thank you, David. Again, my name is Matt Gerst. I'm with CTI, the Wireless Association, I appreciate the Commission's invitation to come talk about this issue. This is Text 911 is of critical importance to not only CTIA but our member companies. It's something I've personally been involved with for a number of years, and looking around the room, there's a number of faces who I recognize who we've had discussions, long discussions, and engagement on this issue, and I think it's almost like a coming together again of old friends to talk about this issue. So, our CTIA and our member companies were early partners with the public safety and accessibility community on the development of Text 911 as an interim solution. And I think David did a great service to us by sort of giving the perspective of the last 5 years. But one thing that wasn't in the slide that I do want to highlight is how far we've come in the last 3 years. And the reason I say 3 years is because it was 3 years ago that a lot of us who were in this room, were sitting in this room as the Emergency Access Advisory Committee talking about the recommendations and for developing Text 911 as an interim solution. So that was 3 years ago. And here we are today, and as David pointed out, the 4 national wireless carriers have deployed Text 911. Other carriers are coming online. There's over 100 PSAPs that have adopted Text 911, and we're hoping to see that ramp up very quickly. And so I think it goes to show, not only what we can, what the possibility is of some of these technology solutions, but what we can do when we talk together and try to find consensus around, what is the most effective and available solutions to us for 911. And I wanted to highlight, sort of how we got to that point in the EAC, because I think one of the things we learned in the EAC was that the TTY wireless solution really wasn't working for the deaf or hard of hearing community. The Commission still has rules on the books about requiring TTY and wireless, but we don't understand that that's very, very widely used among the community that it's intended to be helpful for. But at the same time, we know that all the capabilities we want for accessible emergency communications really are things that we have to look to for the future for NG 911. But there was a recognition that there's a gap here. We need to find something to fill that gap. And so the EAC's efforts triggered a series of actions, including further discussions with the accessibility community, standards development, policy discussions, and all of those culminated in a consensus that the quickest and most efficient path to Text to 911 was to accept the SMS system as it is, a system not designed for 911, but something that could deliver an SMS message to 911 as quickly as possible. And this all culminated even further in the efforts of the Carrier-NENA-APCO agreement, which, and included and incorporated a lot of the principles, a lot of the discussions that happened in EAC that were outlined in that framework that was developed by the carriers and NENA and APCO, and then ultimately adopted in the FCC's actual orders and items. So there's a lot of work that went into this ahead of time to get us to where we are now. And I think, the carriers deserve a lot of credit, the four national carriers, for meeting that voluntary commitment. They hit every benchmark that was laid out in that commitment, the bounce back and the availability of service by May of this year. So to recap, just in 3 years, we went from consensus among industry, public safety, and the accessibility community into a reality. And that's pretty remarkable, but it wouldn't have been possible without a willingness among the stakeholders to think outside the box about what a 911 solution should be in a quick period of time, particularly as it revolved around an existing service like SMS. So, where are we now? Since the voluntary commitment and the FCC orders, CTIA has been helping our member companies to educate the public safety and the accessibility communities about the capabilities and limitations of text to 911. We've worked with the National 911 Education Coalition. We've worked with NENA in their educational working group. And today we've been pretty encouraged by the adoption by PSAPs and the interest from the public safety community to adopt text to 911, but we've got a long ways to go in terms of PSAP adoption. So I actually was in Nebraska last week talking to a number of the PSAPs and the Public Service Commission about, deploying text to 911 in Nebraska. And what I heard from that meeting and what I continue to hear from discussions our members are having or that we keep hearing back from the public safety community is that there's still a lot of basic questions out there about what it is and why it is that text 911 is this way. So I think one of the things that we need to see in the immediate term right now is a redoubling of efforts to work with the public safety community and the accessibility community to ensure there's awareness about the capabilities and limitations of text 911. And a key challenge here about just educating about these capabilities is why. Why is text 911 the way it is today? Why is it an interim solution? And I think part of that is to go back to explain where we were with the EAC in terms of developing a solution that had the most promise and possibility in the most efficient and quickest way possible. So I think a lesson here for maybe future discussions might be making sure that stakeholders are aware of various educational resources and all the technical options available to support text to 911, including the IP-based or web-based or TTY-based solutions. So we need to make sure that everyone's aware of how you can actually do text 911 today. Another challenge is how the deployment of text 911 might be impacted by the various 911 frameworks across the country. So states have a lot of different ways that they implement 911 services. Some are centralized at the state level, some are decentralized with some oversight at the state level, and some are totally decentralized with no oversight. And really, in terms of no oversight, I mean at a centralized level, but that each PSAP, has their own jurisdiction, whether it's at the county or city level. And this is a challenge because it's not just that we can flick a switch and just assume that things are going to all turn on at the same time. And we need to recognize that we're trying to fit text into the existing 911 system. So we don't want to try to change too many things in order to try to get text out there. And I think the lesson on that particular issue is, again, when we're talking with states and PSAPs, is to recognize that text to 911 is an interim solution. It's meant to be as a bridge between where we are today and where we want to go in the future with NG 911. So where are we going in the future, to answer that question? From a technical perspective, we really need to stay the course on issues of location and roaming in terms of applying those requirements to SMS, meaning it's not technically feasible, and it's really got a lot of challenges around applying location and roaming to the existing SMS-based text 911 service. So there's some solutions that are out there, but they're not universally attainable. So in addition, these are issues that are really outside the scope of the voluntary commitment, a commitment that was based on the discussions we had 3 years ago in this room with the EX. So we knew these limitations going into this service. We knew what the challenges were going to be, but we all agreed that this was the path we were going to take in order to try to get text into a 911 center. So we need to, I think, keep true to that, recognize that was the understanding going into this, but also recognize that there's work being done to deliver the capabilities of location roaming, all these things, capabilities in the future, text-based communication through NG 911. There's standards work that continues to be ongoing, that still needs to be completed in certain aspects, but that is the goal, and that's what we should be focusing our resources on, trying to get to a system that really, meets everyone's expectations for what a 911 communication should be. From a policy perspective, I think, as I said before, the big issue is redoubling our educational efforts. It is increasingly become clear that this is something that there's still a lot of basic questions about. And I think the more that we're out there educating, the more that we're working together to centralize resources, I think the FCC's registry and the resources that CGB have put out have been helpful. But I think we need to see those resources distributed through the networks that the accessibility community has or through the public safety community. And I think addressing those two issues, staying the course, and redoubling our efforts on education, I think we'll start to see an uptick in PSAP adoption of text 911 and ultimately more processing of text 911 communications, which is critical for the deaf and hard of hearing community, speech impaired community, and certainly those who can't make a voice call to 911. So, I think that provides a good basis. But again, going back to what I started with, it really is quite remarkable how much progress and change happened in just the last 3 years. So, thank you, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Matt. Next, I'm going to turn to Brad Blanken, who is the VP for Industry Development for the Competitive Carriers Association. He's not in your brochure. I'll just give you a couple of lines from his bio. Before he joined CCA, he was the Chief Operating Officer of Mobile Accord, which established mobile marketing for some of the world's top nonprofit organizations, including the American Red Cross, St. Jude's, and the United Way. And he also has a history in some of the technology that we're talking about. When he was an Assistant Vice President of Technology Programs for CTIA, he developed and guided CTIA efforts on initiatives such as intercarrier SMS and the invention of the U.S. Common Short Code program. So he has a lot of experience in many of the existing technologies as well as knowledge about the path forward. So with that, Brad, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Well, thanks, Matt. I appreciated the comments about seeing the group come back together. I think I can look around the room and see some familiar faces from back long ago, some TTY forum days, maybe when we were sitting trying to solve the transition from analog to digital mobile phones, and looking at the world through those eyes. And it's ironic or coincidence that TTY and texting is back again in the forefront for emergency services, and I'm happy to be with you all today, and I appreciate the opportunity to sit and share, and I'm looking forward to the questions that will come. I'll just spend a couple minutes talking a little bit about the CCA, our membership, and kind of where we are and the role we're playing in helping to support this initiative. One of the key roles that any trade association does play is helping bring the membership together to help drive consensus, either from an advocacy standpoint, which is our primary mission, or from an industry building position. So my role is somewhat non-traditional, but we work together, not just trying to get voluntary agreements, but put programs together that people can sign up for. So we were fortunate to work with some of our membership to come up with some programs that carriers could actually act on. Our membership is made up of over 100 wireless operators that, some of them you may not have ever heard of, but they are reaching the smallest nooks and crannies of our great nation, and they don't have the resources of a Verizon or an AT&T, T-Mobile or Sprint, but they certainly have the need and the subscriber base of the same, and they deserve the same services. And so our goal and our challenge is to reach out and find those services for them. So I wake up every day and think about those operators, and I spend a lot of time traveling to these great parts of America looking at ways. And, I think whether you're in parts of Nebraska or western Kentucky or, parts of rural Alaska, the challenges are the same. You start with why you do this, and you start with the ability to make a call or a text or whatever. The reality is somebody needs help, and we got to be able to provide a means to make that happen. So if you start with that as the premise, I think we can all agree that whatever means necessary, we need to make that happen. Texting certainly shows up as a reasonable expectation for consumers today to be able to have connectivity to 911. So I think we all could set a baseline on that, and the CCA and our membership has certainly been working hard. I can concur with Matt's assessment that a lot has happened, and I'll certainly let the rest of the panelists talk further on that. I'll just highlight a couple of key points, along with what Matt had said, where we do have some further challenge to go. Obviously, the distinction about what it is we're talking about from a texting standpoint. When you say texting to a consumer, most of the time they don't know what you're referring to. SMS is a technology. SMPP is a standard. It's a language that is used. The IP-based technologies that are used by an iMessage technology or a WhatsApp or one of these other applications that consumers are finding a lot of utility with is not the same, and it doesn't necessarily use that, but sometimes it does. So it's quite interesting when you look at things in these kind of examples and how you're going to be able to solve that problem. And then, by the way, you throw in a location requirement and you try to figure out how to make that happen. And this extra sprinkle of complexity creates a real challenge for operators, not just these nationwide operators that actually control all the network, but these small operators where roaming is disproportionately part of their everyday life. And it's not roaming because their subscriber goes to Paris on vacation. It's roaming because they drive to work every morning. This is a key challenge, and we think that this is something that definitely benefits the disabled community, but the mainstream community, myself, and everybody in between. The people that benefit. I mean, I had firsthand information, like David mentioned in my bio. I've been fortunate to work with the NGO community. And I was working on a solution down in Mexico City where crime reporting was a huge challenge, and people wouldn't text in crime reporting because they were so worried about the repercussions of the gangs finding out who was texting. And this is another example where people need to be able to leverage the technology to be able to just report crimes. We need to be able to make sure that happens. So we stand ready. We've been working, like Matt said, alongside the commission. We expect to be submitting additional comments week after Monday, and I think we'll have some more to say on the panel as we talk about some interesting questions that I've had insight to see before we talk. But for now, I'll just turn it over to Mary or David.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brad. Next, Mary Boyd from Intrado to give us the perspective from the TCC element of Text to 911.
Thank you, David. By the way, Brad's mother is watching. She has access. So I was supposed to say hi, Mom. Hi to Brad's mom.
Thank you. She appreciates that.
David, thank you. Thank the FCC for inviting me and for Intrado to have an opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. Like many of the panelists, I have had a long history in working in 911 and specifically hearing impaired deaf access to 911. I go back to the early ADA days with Bob Mather, where Tony Dunn and I worked with him through the state 911 Commission office to implement TTYs throughout the state of Texas. So this is I feel like I've got a little history lesson, and we're now advancing technologies for text to 911. Am I supposed to drive this presentation? May I get the next slide, please?
Should be able to advance it yourself.
Can I advance it? Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, back one. So Intrado has a unique role in the public safety industry that is the core of what we do every day. We've supported wireless carriers since the late 90s for routing of 911 calls and sending location on wireless 911 calls. That is a very large part of our business. We manage wireline databases so that the information is also accurate when it goes in to the 911 center. We also develop equipment that is installed in those PSAPs, the 911 agencies, so that information is actually displayed so they have the address and they can dispatch on it. So we have a little bit of a unique role, and David had asked for us to give an update really on where we are with deployments on the wireless carriers, but I'm going to touch not only on the deployments of what we're doing with text to 911, but also where we're seeing the equipment begin to migrate. As we've talked, there are 3 solutions for delivering text. There's TTY conversion, there's web browser that can go in as a method for accepting the text, or there's the full integrated solution. My company is actually, and I was blessed to be able to work on the project where we've actually developed the equipment to where it's fully integrated, so when the 911 centers are ready to deploy, it can go into that equipment when they upgrade. But for our wireless carriers, what we're seeing today, and I think you're going to be pleased to hear these statistics because there is momentum in the country from our PSAPs. Tim's going to share with you their data as well. But we are seeing the momentum grow for public safety to begin to deploy text. As Tim talked about, there has to be a request for service from the 911 entity to the wireless carrier. That wireless carrier that we represent, which are both Brad's Nooks and Crannies, which I live in one. Thank you, Brad. And the very large tier 1 carriers. We represent many of those across the country. Today, we see on an aggregate level 1,090 requests for services. These would be from individual PSAPs around the country. You will hear there are some 6,600 PSAPs in the country. You cannot do a 1-to-1 ratio for text deployment because we have some statewide initiatives. And for example, Maine, they've designated 2 of their PSAPs initially to receive their text requests for the state of Maine. So you can't do a 1-to-1. So I believe we're going to begin to see this momentum increase. Today, we've actually deployed 282. We have another 203 PSAPs that are in progress, and then the difference being 605 that we're vetting. You heard us talk about PSAPs have to be ready. We have teams back in Colorado that work in our mobility team for deployment. They are working one-on-one with those PSAPs, checking readiness, interfacing with our wireless carriers to get ready for those deployments. So I hope the Commission is pleased that these numbers are going faster, and hopefully by the time the mandates, those dates arrive, we'll see a large percentage of the country actually in deployment of text. The other thing I'll talk about bounce backs in just a second. So on our lessons learned for text to 911, David mentioned Black Hawk County, Iowa. In that project that we were involved in to not only upgrade the 911 call handling, we used Black Hawk County. Judy Flores is the director there in Waterloo. They were willing to demonstrate that in an IP world, you can actually deliver text to 911, and it was the first step to move into next generation 911. That system has worked now for a very long time, but it didn't take very long till they had someone's life directly impacted with the ability to text. They had a resident that had someone breaking in her home. She hid, and she was able to text. You'll hear those stories that the PSAPs were fearful that they would get lots and lots of calls. Our lessons learned is that is not the case. Since last December in our network, have seen about 250,000 dialogues. That would be text requests or text communications into the PSAPs. So that's averaging about 3 a day. I think nationwide we're seeing somewhere around 700 dialogues going on. So the 911 centers are not overwhelmed by text. You're going to hear a panel talk about the education. There's education going out that you text if you are hearing impaired, deaf, or hearing impaired, or if your life is threatened. So I think the statistics are showing us that our public is using their voice if they can do that in an emergency, and saving that scenario for when their lives may be threatened or for the hearing impaired to access 911. The other thing that we're learning in the deployments, not uncommon. I've been in this business over 30 years. The 911 business is very PSAP centric. You've got to understand how it's designed, how it's operating. Are we going to do statewide deployment? What regions are they going to carry? Are they covering just their counties? So it requires individual work with those PSAPs. And that's the 6 month, once the request for service comes in that 6 month window, that you begin to get the deployment done. We are accustomed to doing that because the original wireless order for 911 had that same 6 month window, and our public safety agencies are used to working in that time frame. So that is probably one we anticipated. We're still experiencing that it is very PSAP centric. I think the other lesson that we're seeing and we're going to learn is along the way as we migrate from a TTY conversion, or we have a web browser, we will see integration. And the integrated solution will actually allows that 911 call taker to, directly online, both with the caller or the texter and the PSAP. So I think in time we're going to begin to see more and more integration across the country. And I referenced today we actually have in our pipeline somewhere 175, 200 PSAPs that are looking at upgrading, and we've got another well over 100 that have upgraded to that solution. And we are just one company in that equipment space. In terms of what the future holds, we're going to see more and more statewide deployments. Certainly Vermont came out with a statewide. Maine, I mentioned Maine. We also see Iowa, Hawaii, Tennessee. Many of the state programs are looking at statewide deployment. State of Washington. So they're doing two things. They're not only planning, they're looking at next generation as well, but they're also looking at the training aspects of it, which is a good thing because you want the PSAPs well trained. I will tell you on the integrated solution, and I wish Judy were here, she would tell you was the easiest thing they've ever trained on in terms of using equipment, and they just use their protocols to communicate with the person that's contacting them. So I think the future holds more statewide deployments. David, we will see text to 911 throughout our country. It will happen. With an advancement in technologies for next gen, we'll also see the upgrades on that PSAP equipment for integration. And then I think the location is going to evolve as well in time. We do get some phase one, what would be equivalent to an XY. Phase one data that can come in on some of those text calls. So we are seeing, we have got steps of progress in technology, like so many things that we've seen in public safety and the 911 industry. Competition, advancements in technology will begin to take better strides in advancing what we have today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Next, Tim Lorello, who is Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer for TCS. Tim.
Great. Thanks, David. I also have a set of slides if you want to bring them up. But
you can drive.
Yes. You mean I can actually press the first one and then it brings it up? Yeah, I just want to bring it back to the beginning. There we go. Okay, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the Commission. The Commission's tireless efforts on this, especially David and Tim May's efforts, have been one of the key reasons why we actually have a text to 911 solution deployed out there today. There is another policy maker that I think is an important person to mention too that we may not, well, we don't often mention. You might recall Chairman Janikowski's daughter was frequently mentioned in statements that he made publicly about how his daughter was so prolific in texting, and was amazed that, it just shocked him that he came to realize that there's this texting capability that so many people are doing, and yet here we are not able to send texts to 911. And that was a message he used frequently prior to the user reports and orders that ultimately came out. And so I think ultimately we have her to thank as well. And unfortunately, I don't even know her name, but she played an important role from the policy perspective. So David asked us to go ahead and provide some information, if we could, on some of the current status of the text to 911 deployments. As Mary indicated, we TCS and Entrado both provide text to 911 solutions. I think between the two of us, we probably handle all, if not all, vastly the majority of the text to 911 messages being deployed today, about 50-50 between the two of us. And in fact, our deployments mimic very much some of the numbers that she just mentioned. In the live or trialing perspective, we have almost 300 live or in a trial state, and then we have another 300 that are in the process of being deployed. And so ultimately what that means is we have in the work in progress the same amount as we've actually deployed in the first 11 months of this effort, and so ultimately it gives you an idea of the momentum that is building around this whole thing. I also thought it would be useful to sort of give you an idea of which states have been involved. The ones in green are an indication that they have at least one jurisdiction in their state that is providing text to 911 solutions. As Mary indicated, that is an important element because sometimes that one entity might be providing multiple jurisdictional coverage. So it's an important element to understand which states have moved forward. The ones in blue are the ones that are working, basically are in progress right now and are basically starting to take messages, going to go through the actual process of testing the solution that's been there, but not yet considered to be live. And then also you can see sort of the information that gives you a feel for on a state-by-state basis. And Mary, you'll be happy to see your state of Texas is doing really well. So ultimately, we've got a lot of deployments going on out there right now. The next item here is to give you a feel for actual text messages attempts. What we're showing you is the breakdown between effectively T-Mobile and Verizon. You'll see that the nationwide, this is truly a nationwide service that is out there right now today. But we do still see some large portions of the coverage that aren't seeing a lot of text messages, and so we have to ask ourselves a little bit as to why. A lot of it's probably communication issues that were mentioned earlier. But notice that this is a fair number of messages. I think we estimate about 300 to 400,000 messages a year are presently going as attempts, which is what is shown in these diagrams, but not answered. So these are calls to help that unfortunately we're not replying to. And so that's why this is such an important initiative going forward. TCS got involved in this effort primarily because if you think about text to 911, there's three pieces of the equation you have to bring to the table. You have to know how to deal with text messaging. You have to be able to locate the caller, and so location technology becomes important. And then, of course, you have to have connections into public safety that allow you to get the messages to the right public safety answering point and ultimately deliver the text messaging conversation. On the first element, TCS, we actually we are the largest U.S. provider of text messaging here in the United States with over 4 trillion text messages that we've delivered through SMS infrastructure that we provide to wireless carriers. So that was one of the reasons why we realized that text to 911 was a possibility, because we understood how the technology worked. The second piece, though, is location. It is a bit of a challenging effort. We have to focus in on how we'll do better on that. We are the leader globally in precise location technology, so we understand some of the challenges out there. We just have to figure out how we will, on a policy perspective in some respects, and on a business perspective, move forward. We have already proposed ways in which location roaming could be solved in the United States. The roaming for text messaging, by the way, is not a text problem. It is a location problem. It is the fact that we cannot easily get location information between two carriers, because prior to this point in time, there just really hasn't been a strong business case to do so. If I know that may be strange to a lot of us, because we open up our handsets and they find us, right? They tell us where the nearest Starbucks is, which, by the way, is just up the road here. But ultimately, the bottom line is the reason why those location technologies work is they're handset based. The handset is really good at being able to tell where it is. But text messaging requires an outside party, we call it a network-initiated location request, to have to reach into the network. That is hard. And especially if you reach into the wrong network because you think the text message is coming to you from Verizon, but because Verizon provides the SMS infrastructure for that consumer, but that consumer has roamed into another carrier's network. And so we're reaching into the wrong carrier to figure out where that person's located. That's our problem, and that's what we need to solve as we go forward. And then, of course, public safety. You need to be able to deploy to those public safety answering points. We pioneered wireless 911 back in the late 90s and have been working diligently both in competition and with Intrado and supporting the 6,000-plus PSAPs out there that need to have a wireless 911 solution. And so, again, we handle about half of all those calls. And that's ultimately why we've got a text to 911 solution out there today. There are four, sometimes we talk about what are the key text to 911 scenarios. I will absolutely agree with everyone that the deaf and hard of hearing community is the community, that accessibility community is the community that made this happen. If we did not have your pressure, your interest, and obviously your need, we would not have this solution out there today. But I think it's important to note that it is more than just that community that is benefiting from this. As Mary just aptly pointed out, we have noise-sensitive situations as the second sort of element that we've identified. The third element, and I think if anyone was here when we had the earthquake on the East Coast here not so long ago, did you try to call during that environment after that happened? We believe that the third scenario is call congestion, where it can happen easily, an event occurs, and suddenly the infrastructure is just not able to do the calls. But text messaging, easy to do. Small text message can get through when a call cannot. And so that has always been our third scenario that we thought is important. We've just recently found out, though, that a fourth scenario is important that I think is worth mentioning. Some of the life-saving scenarios that we've most recently heard about in a significantly larger number than expected when you look at the numbers that we've been talking about, have been involved with suicides. So basically, a person contemplating suicide feels comfortable sending a text message as that last cry for help. And we've actually been involved in situations where people's lives have been saved because of it. So there's a lot of really good stuff that has happened because of what we're all working on together. So some of the lessons you learned. First of all, as I mentioned, users will define the use cases. We can think of what they might be, but the users are going to define them. And as I mentioned, we need to add suicide cry for help to the use case list. I think that's an important element. Secondly, never underestimate the cleverness of the public safety folks. It is amazing. We have heard that the first responders are using text to 911 because it provides them a very convenient way to communicate with the call takers and allows them to, without tying up a voice channel, be able to do back channel communications with the call taker, whether during an emergency or non. So that is an interesting side benefit that I don't think anyone really anticipated, so I thought it was worth mentioning. Technology sometimes generates surprises. We always believed that this was going to be a phase one only solution. You were only going to get enough information to route the text message to the call center, and then you'd have to communicate with the person to get the location. We are finding that more and more we are seeing a phase two precise location or an enhanced location information coming into the call taker. The reason being is this relies on commercial location technology, and more location handsets are able to take that, what I call network-initiated request coming from the network into the handset and giving back to the network-initiated requester the information that they need about the precise location of the texter. So that will just improve over time as well. Also, text to 911 is a catalyst for next-gen 911. Richard Ray mentioned about the state of California passing a bill. State Senator Padilla specifically mentioned that that one of the justifications for this going to a next-gen solution was to be able to handle those text messages that are now happening in the marketplace today. So that is another, catalyst for next-gen. I know folks think that this went fast, but honestly, I can date back to presentations I was giving to our carrier partners back in 2007 on how to get this done. And in fact, many of you may recall Dr. Judith Harkin from Gallaudet University. We were speaking with her because she was looking at Georgia Tech to help them with an application, a 911 application for text to 911. And we were talking with her back in the, almost a decade ago now about how to do this with SMS rather than a specialized handset on those clamshell feature phones. Now, of course, the barrier of entries are now much lower, and smartphones can do a lot more than we were able to do today. But the important thing is, just as I think Richard said, it's important to make sure that 911 accesses from what you know. Use the technology you know. I think it's also important to make sure that you're using the technology that everyone knows, because then you're going to benefit from the improvements of technology broadly. And then the last question, and I'm just going to leave it as an open question. I know their cover providers are included. Where are they? Why are we not seeing more activity on that front? We need to really push that angle. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we're going to turn to Jeff Cohen, who's Chief Counsel for Law and Policy for APCO.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation to represent APCO at this forum, and particularly on the topic of SMS texting to 911. APCO congratulates the FCC and the industry stakeholders for the excellent collaboration that has led to the initial rollout of text to 911 SMS-based. APCO recognizes the important role that text to 911 can play when a voice call is not possible, including for persons with disabilities. The industry has collaborated very well thus far, meeting voluntary commitments and FCC deadlines to date. Further, the FCC has placed us on a good path for continued implementation, including incorporation of additional features and advanced services. From the PSAP perspective, we believe that while we have an excellent start, adoption of text to 911 will increase after a number of important enhancements and features are rolled out. The adoption rate thus far is low, although, Mary, your numbers were very encouraging. Nevertheless, I think there are more opportunities to increase availability with more features and functionality. So for text 911 to really take hold from the PSAP perspective, I'm going to discuss a few enhancements that I think would make a significant difference. First, we need to solve the roaming issue. PSAPs and consumers should not have to understand how roaming can impact the ability to send text. For example, consider a situation where two persons are experiencing an emergency. Suppose further that neither can make a voice call to 911. Yet with really not even understanding or appreciating this, it could be that one is able to text 911 and the other cannot because that person is roaming. It's similarly difficult for the PSAP to know who is unable to send a text to 911 because the caller is roaming. Location information is also especially important in texting situations. In any situation where a caller is unable to communicate his or her location, it may be equally, if not more problematic, for that person to communicate his or her location by text. Clearly, from an emergency response perspective, the ability to send location information with the text message is highly valuable. APCO would like to see text to 911 services eventually provide a dispatchable location. Also, while APCO totally supports the present efforts that are SMS-based, we would advocate moving beyond SMS as quickly as possible. Consumers generally do not intuitively understand the difference between SMS and non-SMS texting services, and the inherent limitations of SMS have led to a number of situations where consumers cannot send text to 911, like as described in the FCC's orders. Especially considering the emergency circumstances under which a member of the general public faces if he or she needs to contact 911 by text, we should strive to extend capabilities to more advanced texting services. This includes increasing text and 911 options beyond SMS and interconnected services, including real-time text, extending to Wi-Fi only environments, and enabling text and 911 even if the sender adds multiple recipients or multimedia. Moving beyond SMS will also help drive adoption by PSAPs and minimize consumer confusion. APCO, as I mentioned earlier, does continue and support the work underway that is focused on SMS. However, at the same time, we should make sure we preserve sufficient resources and attention on enabling newer text and 911 services that will ultimately replace SMS. Standardization efforts, such as for location information and PSAP interfaces, will be essential, and the focus should be on next-generation 911 solutions. Standardization efforts also should be directed at creating interoperability among systems, vendors, and PSAPs. A final piece I'll address is the operational impact. Text to 911, and especially the newer features we are planning for, also requires PSAPs to adopt new procedures, protocol, and training. For example, we need to establish protocols for managing the influx of text and accompanying multimedia data in the future, triaging voice calls, text, and data at the same time, and texting-related language issues such as the use of abbreviations, and developing specific protocols for text for more complex cases such as emergency medical dispatch. Thanks again for the invitation to take part in this discussion, and I look forward to the ongoing dialogue.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, we have Roger Hickson, who is Technical Issues Director with NENA. Roger?
Thank you, David. Well, I'm tempted to say what they said. Ditto, yeah, right. Because everybody up here has had similar experiences in different ways, you might say, with dealing with text and emergency communications for deaf, hard of hearing, and speech-impaired community. In my case, that goes back to 1989, which was long before BlackBerrys even existed, but not about text. It was about making for better identification in enhanced 911 calls to the PSAPs so that they would not hang up on people because they weren't talking or think they were drunk or some such thing. I'm sure everybody in here has heard those kind of stories. So that's when it sort of hit me that this was an underserved community, to say the least. And it's one of the drivers for what the Gang of Seven at NENA did back in 2000 when they came up with the concept that we now know as Next Generation 911, because we knew that more than voice was involved in the future, more than just an address was involved in the future, that more data and more types of multimedia had to be supported. So NENA's involvement, you might say, goes back at least, 14 years now. And we also helped initiate the efforts about 6 years ago to get some standards work done to prepare for multimedia, including text, in regard to NG 911, and also pushed an interim solution at that time, although that didn't gain traction for a while until the EAC process came along. So, as the Technical Issues Director at NENA, I would tell you that we're basically the primary 911 service system standards developer group for NG 911 specifically. We were associated with the EAC group. For some reason, somebody didn't submit us as a member of that group, but I came an adjunct member, you might say, as part of the process. And when the EAC sunsetted, I initiated and facilitated a national stakeholder coordination group to try to commonalize or standardize the procedures and processes and the information out to public safety management so that they could better understand what was involved here. And we have a number of things on our website to support that. NENA has also facilitated public education material for public safety use, and that was part of that stakeholder coordination group process. And the next panel, you'll hear a good deal more about the public education material. And we've pushed for implementation. Looking back on the last 6 months, which really is the time frame when it was officially available, as others have stated here, the implementation is ramping up, but not, as far as I'm concerned, fast enough. because I'm afraid there's still some people out in the public safety environment who see this as a relatively new thing. And it's not a new thing. It's something that's being put in place to solve a problem that's a very old thing. So if there are public safety people, management people, and so on out there who think, well, this just came along a year ago, and that's really not the case. It's much more historically pertinent and necessary than that. Mention was made here of a state that's used text as a justification for funding for Engine 911. That's a good thing. I would hope a lot of states would do that. However, having a plan for Engine 911 that's 2 to 3 years out, what do we do in the meantime? I don't think we should be holding off on SMS interim text capability for 3 years in order to integrate it with Engine 911 in a time frame for that much more major system implementation. So, progress is underway. We're certainly ramping up with at all levels, states, counties, PSAPs. I've always been of the opinion that at least county level is the lowest level how to implement this, because otherwise, how do you tell people where it's available? You can say it's available in the city of Columbus, Ohio, and people understand that. But if you say it's available in Whitehall, Ohio, where's the boundaries of Whitehall, Ohio? It's much easier to identify the boundaries of a county in terms of the user community as being where this service is available. So county and above is preferable, I think. So, I think there's less progress than needed here. If we just look at the country and look at 3,200 counties and 50 states, and it depends on who's talking, whether it's 5,700 or 6,500 PSAPs, we may have progress underway for maybe, if you're going to be gracious about it, a third of that environment. Well, the other 2/3 are still yet to be done. So some improved progress, some improved, frankly, pressure on public safety authorities, I think is a desirable thing. We're going to help supply that. I think everybody at this table is helping to supply that in one way or another. I'll have a little thing about what we're going to do at the next panel in regard to that. But I think there's still some avoidable barriers involved. I've seen news stories, and of course, news stories are about as believable as, a squirrel going to the moon half the time. But I've heard news stories that says, well, it would take $3 million to do this. And you recognize that in that one particular paragraph of that story, they're talking about next generation 911, not SMS text. It doesn't take even $10,000 to do SMS text on a statewide basis, probably. And there's 2 or 3 early adopters that you can look to for proof of that. So it's not an expensive proposition. The training is not hard. The impact in the PSAP has been shown to be what some of us expected it to be, pretty low in terms of call volume or text volume on an average basis. So I could go on with some other reasons, but to me there's really no good reason not to do this pretty much right away. Holding off until a 3-year plan for Engine 911, not the best choice to me. There's always circumstances that come into play there, but I think in most cases SMS text to 911 could be done on certainly county and even state level to a higher degree than is currently underway. Some of the numbers we've heard here are certainly gratifying, but not quite as good as it should be, I guess is the way I would see it. There's even some cases I've heard where people say, well, you can't do this until you have Engine 911. That's not true, obviously, because people are doing it. So there's still some education that needs to be out there in the public safety environment. We have a number of things on our website that are intended to help that, but we need to put it right in front of the appropriate people, I think, more so than has been done at this point. So we got some plans to do that, and I think there are things that we can all jointly cooperate on to get a little better information flow, a little better uptake on getting this accomplished sooner rather than later. I too wonder where the over-the-top people are. Although full-scale over-the-top service integration is not going to be like that. There's some technical complications and so on that probably fall into play there. There's over-the-top light, as I would call it, where an app provider puts an app on a cell phone or a smartphone, and you type the text into it, and then it grabs an SMS message and puts the text in the SMS message, and it goes out of the cell phone as an SMS message. Well, is that really over the top or not? I mean, technically, I'm not too sure. But in terms of the end result, it's the same as an SMS message. So we know how to do that. We're doing it now. So that kind of over-the-top, if you will, process can be taken care of. I've been in contact with a couple of people that are planning to do that very soon. And I think we'll see some more of that. Whether we'll see true over-the-top that uses just the data channel of the CMS carrier's service or even uses the internet as an access method, I'm not sure when that's going to happen. I'm wondering why we don't hear more about that. But at the same time, those kinds of techniques are not, you can't just plug that into the current interim SMS text process because it's not SMS text. So some technical aspects are going to have to be done to deal with that when things start jumping in that direction. The challenges, I mean, accurate caller location, roaming capability, those have to be a combination of efforts between carriers, carrier vendors, public safety community, standards bodies, and things of that nature. The use by the general public, that's an education issue, and the management of the potential volumes at the PSAPs. If a lot of people start using text to 911 just because they feel like it, we may truly have some level of inundation that people were worried about when SMS text first came out, but hasn't really manifested itself at all. So there's a number of challenges we've got yet to deal with here in the next 6 months or a year. In terms of the long run, which hopefully is not very long, a couple, 3 years at most, getting NG911 available in most of the country, at least for wireless service, getting the multimedia standard put in place and tested so that voice, text, pictures, etc., can be supported from the originating carrier process through into NG911, which is designed to support those. The IP interface is tested and operational. Those things have to happen before we can really go into the wide range of text opportunities beyond just SMS. So we've got a number of things to deal with, but one of my biggest concerns right now is getting a better uptake on interim SMS in the short term, because that can be done and it needs to be done, and there's no good reason, I don't think, not to do it. So I'll stop at that point. Thanks.
We've run a little bit over, but I want to just try to get one more question in, and my apologies to the panel that follows, but I think it's been a really good set of presentations about where we are. The question I'd like to ask is about how we should focus our energies in the next 1 to 2 years. There have been several gaps that have been identified between where we are now and where we want to be. One is that the current SMS-based text 911 doesn't support roaming or find location. Course location, yes. Find location, no. Another is that it doesn't support real-time text, which is a major priority for next generation 911, and particularly for making text more usable and more accessible. So what I'd like to ask is, for each of you, what are the things that we could be doing that we're not doing now, or that we could do more of now, to make as much progress on those gaps as possible in the next 1 to 2 years? And by we, I mean the 911 community as a whole. I'm not just asking about the FCC. And I think I'd like to start with Matt and Brad, and from the carrier perspective, and then work our way down.
Sure. So Matt Gerst with CTIA. So thanks. It's a very good question in terms of what can we do in the short term to sort of solve the challenges that we all knew going into SMS as a service. And I think there's two things I would recommend. The first is, I think Roger mentioned the MMS service, MMES service, the Multimedia Emergency Service. And that is a standard that's being developed that needs to be addressed in the network environment, the handset environment, the PSAP environment. And there's still things that need to be developed, but the concept behind that is that those issues of location, roaming, the issues that we knew were going to be challenges going into SMS are being addressed in that capacity. I think the related and cousin to that challenge is if we have to spend time focusing on trying to retrofit SMS with the capabilities that we want to see in MMES. So I think one of the things that would be helpful probably in the short term on the technology side is to get some certainty around we're going to pursue SMS as it is now, but we're going to put all of our efforts into trying to get MMES accomplished as quickly as possible. I don't think that there's a timeline in place that suggests that MMES is going to be available in 2 years, but certainly the resources that we use over the next 2 years should be focused on trying to address that issue.
Okay, thank you. Brad, and I think what I'd like to do is try to, if everybody could limit their response to no more than a minute so we can be done by 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll only talk for 15 minutes, no problem. Yeah, so there's a lot to digest there, right? So in a minute, let me just try to talk on that. Why do we need to come up with a whole bunch of new stuff? We got a bunch of stuff we can work with today. We don't need to come up with a new way to MMS or a new way to put a burden on a consumer to have to pay for a new service. Texting works. We just need to do a little bit of tweaking. I think it was well put by Roger. There's a little bit of things we need to work on. We need to focus on that. The carriers are standing by. They're working through the challenge. The vendor community has solutions. We have to focus on those. We have to focus on the things that we can make happen. We have to be realistic in what we can accomplish. We have to be clear on the goals and objectives and why we're doing it. I think we have to look at the volume expectations. I think we have to be clear on, when we launched text messaging interoperability in June of 2001, there were 30,000 text messages. In June of 2004, there were 6 billion text messages. So do we really know? What is really going to happen? I don't think it's fair to say there's not a need or there's not a requirement. It's not going to happen. I think there's lessons to be learned here. I think we need to focus on the current technologies that we have that's embedded in every single device that isn't free but isn't necessarily going to put an undue burden on the consumer or the carrier. The roaming piece is absolutely paramount. I think that's the most critical piece that we have to stay focused on. And saying to an operator, you have to make this happen is not nothing. So I think that's one critical piece.
Thank you. Mary?
Well, David, I'm not going to repeat what Brad just said, but Intrado definitely has the engineers and the expertise both to look at the standards work as well as the work with the industry as we plan for the advancements in technology. I think the planning and a solid, methodical approach is probably the best because I think we can move forward in the current environment, and to me, that's where our priority should be. That's the way our deaf are communicating today. We need to be able to get them the access into those 911 centers, and we still have a long way to go. And I have a personal stake in this. I do have a niece that's hearing impaired, so I want her to be able to have access. So if I had to pick one, we'll put engineering resources on the technical side to research it and plan, but I think we've got to continue to move forward with what we have today.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yes, I think we need to definitely continue to put focus on over-the-top providers. I imagine a lot of the deaf and hard of hearing community has OTT applications they're using today. And so ultimately making sure that those can interface is important and can be done, and at least a fallback SMS scenario should be recommended and encouraged. And so I think we can work that. The thing that I think will that we can work today and that will also have a longer-term impact is precise location. That's a really important topic. If you don't have a precise location of the caller or of the texter, then you have to interrogate. I think somebody used the term earlier this week, the texter, in order to find out where they're located, and that's tough to do in a text environment. So I think that's really an important area. And with that, we might be able to also attack the roaming issue because both of those issues are tied to location technology. We have the ability to do it, and the nice part is if we solve that problem for SMS, we'll also be setting the stage for what we'll need in the next generation environment as well, so it will not be lost effort.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, we should continue the efforts right now on SMS because it was the available technology and it helped us launch Text 911, and that's terrific. But we shouldn't skip a beat with everything I think that folks were mentioning about the work already underway. APCO's working on it, Nina, and many of the stakeholders here on the standards necessary to get us to those advanced technologies.
Okay, thank you. Roger.
I'm tempted to say ditto again, but not quite, maybe. In a more general way, I would say that we need some consensus on what are the most important things to do about what we have now, interim SMS. That may be one thing, it may be two things. I agree with the statement that I guess Tim made, that dealing with roaming and more accurate location, I'm not a big fan of the term precise location, but dealing with those two issues will leverage into some of the near future needs as well. But we can't concentrate only on the current and not continue to deal with the near-term future, because that's where the real solutions are, the real wider-ranging capabilities that we all know are needed. And so if we have even slightly limited resources, one of the first things to do, I would think, would be to come to a consensus decision on what is the highest priority here and what is the highest priority in the longer term, and put together a plan that deals with those from that standpoint. I still have, no, I don't have any time at all because the clock is counting up. I was hoping to do that in 15 seconds, but it didn't work.
So you have the last word, Roger. I'd like to thank the panelists for a very informative set of presentations and discussion. Yes.
Hi, my name's Brian.
We have one question here, so let's go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian, and I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to limit myself to one simple question. I recognize that the panel mentioned deaf and hard of hearing consumers multiple times as the users for Text and 911. I haven't heard of anyone mentioning deaf-blind users, so I wanted to ask if deaf-blind users are on your radar screen for this service.
I'll turn it over to anyone who'd like to take that on.
Yes.
Matt Gerst at CTI. Thanks. Excellent question. And I think the EAC in their report did highlight some use cases that would be helpful for the deaf-blind community. Certainly, that's an issue that we could highlight a little bit further, and how the deaf-blind community is actually using text-based communications for emergency purposes. And, to the extent that we can talk further about how to highlight those issues, we'd certainly appreciate that.
Anyone else? Anybody else?
Said it well. We have challenges there. Text. We're so focused on text, and we're not thinking about this other side of the community. Hopefully, if we can hear more of the use cases, we can attack it more aggressively.
Well, clearly, we have many issues to tackle, and I really appreciate the time that everybody's taken for this panel. And we should make room, I think, for the next panel that we'll follow on. So again, thanks very much.
Hi, everybody. If I can get everyone's attention, please. I know it's been a long day. I'm going to try to infuse you with some energy. I know you've been infused with a lot of information today. And so this is the fourth and the final panel. Now, final doesn't mean least, right? And it's not it's last but not least. So this panel has to do with public education and outreach, how and what can be done, and by whom. Again, related to outreach. So here today with us, we have 7 brilliant minds lined up in front of you. I know they'll be able to deliver their wealth of knowledge and expertise to you within a very short period of time. So we'll go down the row here in just a moment. But before we do, I'll introduce myself. I'm Greg Leibach. I'm the Chief of the Disability Rights Office here at the FCC. I just have a few brief opening remarks about wireless emergency access communications. Throughout the day, everyone has really talked about text to 911 extensively. It's become pretty much a household name now, right? Text to 911, text to 911. There are other alternatives, however. Naturally, when we get together, you see some familiar faces since many of you sat on the EAC. And I think it's been, the EAC met for 2.5 years or so. There were a number of survey findings. And the message from the EAC was very loud and clear. Consumers, when they need to call for assistance, especially when they're experiencing an emergency, they prefer direct and simple contact. And again, that type of contact could happen anywhere. Emergencies happen no matter where we are, inside, outside our house. And so wireless capability is integral to be able to reach 911 directly. Text to 911 allows for that, but as we all know, text to 911 is not yet available everywhere. Some cities are converting, some will be doing so sooner than later. But if you have your wireless device, if you're outside of the house and you're in an area where text to 911 is not yet available, there are still alternative ways to reach 911, including through relay services. Specifically, internet-based relay services such as video relay service, caption telephone service, and IP relay. Providers of those three forms of relay are required to handle your 911 call, regardless of how you make it. Now, we know that is not the best answer right now because it involves a third party to your call. But this is where we are right now. So now, to go to these 7 members of our distinguished panel, we have 4 representing the consumer perspective, 3 representing the public safety perspective. So if we can maybe start to my left, Claude Stout, if you don't mind just explaining your role and what maybe deficiencies you've noticed, weaknesses, specifically in outreach and education, and then what can be done to reach the goal of getting information out there about accessible wireless services for people who are deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind, and have speech disabilities. Thanks.
Thank you. It's great to see everyone here in the audience. First, I wanted to applaud the FCC for hosting this exciting event today. I must say, for every one of us who has been here throughout the day, this has been very much a state of the union on progress in emergency access here, all the different steps that have been made, including text to 911. I want to applaud all of you who have been involved, both from government, industry, and consumer groups. We are very excited to see the progress that has been made so far, particularly with text to 911, but I must caution you that consumer groups and the FCC, who has already clearly said in previous meetings, open commission meetings, that 140 PSAPs that have already adopted text to 911 leaves us with 6,500 or 6,600 that have not. I was very excited to hear from our last panel from Intrado and TCS about the plans for rollout and implementation of text to 911, but some of that remains to be seen. So I have a question. How many PSAPs are truly doing their part? How many will do their part next year? 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, I can only hope that all 6,000 PSAPs will have text to 911 compatibility. Please also remember the speed at which technology changes day to day. So our planning, our thinking, our involvement of different parties has to be equally agile. Otherwise, deaf and hard of hearing consumers are going to be left behind in emergency communications. The FCC referred to this panel as public education and outreach, which I think hits the nail on the head. It is not about consumer education and outreach. It is public education, and outreach, which I really appreciate. Consumer groups are here, willing to work with industry more to come up with ways that we can reach out. Companies like AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, other smaller providers, we're happy to work with the FCC as well. And now, I have to say, over the past week, I know Roger Hickson particularly said it very well in our last panel, we have to produce a real significant impact at the county level. Now that, I would probably take another step further. NAD, TDI, HLAA, and other consumer groups need to work together to make sure that we provide sufficient training and outreach such that our members, our deaf people, can understand that they should be pushing for their mayors, for their city councilors, for their county elected officials, for their PSAP authorities to make Text to 911 possible, to make it happen. And if we can do the work at that level, I think that we'll see all the dominoes will start to fall. Now, if we keep asking the FCC to do their part and we keep asking industry to do their part, we're not going to see the same result. The role and responsibility of consumers is to continue to cry foul, to continue to be that squeaky wheel. Now, Verizon and T-Mobile, among the other providers, have done their part to make sure that this is available, but they do not have the burden to take that action at the local level. We are the ones as consumers who have to do that. We have to make sure that our education and outreach is such that we can encourage our consumers to work with industry and PSAPs at the local level to make sure that this is implemented. We have to make use of social media. We have to make use of video, of course, that is accessible. And we, of course, have quarterly publications. My organization, we have e-news that we send out via our electronic mailing lists. We also have annual and biennial conferences. We do workshops. But in between those face-to-face meetings, in between those conferences, we need to make sure that we have some in-person consumer training to get them to advocate on their behalf. I want to encourage the industry to work more closely with consumer groups. Our collaboration does not end with the end of the EAC. We have a responsibility together to continue to engage in a dialogue, and I hope that we will be able to continue to have meetings and that those meetings will not be taking place behind closed doors in order to make sure that we make progress in both location accuracy, in roaming, and in adoption. When we make emergency calls, we could be anywhere, at home, at work, on the go. But most of the time, it's going to be that third category. We're going to be on the go. And when I am on the go, I may not know how I'm going to make that call, but I will have my device with me. And we need to have that device provide an accurate location to the 911 call centers. Remember, some of us can't speak well enough to be understood. Some of us cannot sign to you because you can't understand us. So in order for you to find us where we are, we need to make sure that we have location accuracy. So I'm gonna cut myself off for now.
Okay, so thanks, Claude. And so in other words, you're suggesting that you do a bottom to top approach, if you will. Start at the bottom level. So, Andrew, can you possibly give me can we do just a quick little pause in between everyone so we can give the interpreters time to get the microphone over to the other interpreter, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you. And Andrew, your turn. It's okay. Hi, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to sit on this panel. I've enjoyed the various discussions this morning, especially those related to the various technology groups, industry members, et cetera, showing their vested interest in this issue. I obviously will support everything that Claude just said about please include us. A number of us have knowledge and experience, and we truly do understand how deaf and hard of hearing people communicate and the types of access that is most effective for them and for us. So please include us. Sometimes we see members of industry move forward on their own without really including us, and we want to be involved in the process because it really benefits both sides. You'll get a better product if you involve us, and we have really skills, knowledge, experience. We're engineers. We are a lot of different different, professions, and we can assist you in this process. I also want to look at public safety and public education, and outreach, and I think there's some different aspects we should consider. For example, the type of access you're talking about. If you're talking about a deaf or hard of hearing individual, access is important, but often access is not always there for us. Frequently, it's in audio form, which is something that we cannot understand. When you're also talking about types of access, understand that there is a continuum of abilities, communication abilities amongst deaf and hard of hearing individuals. Just as an example, there was research just done from Johns Hopkins University who found that over 48 million deaf and hard of hearing folks are here in America. That's a pretty high number. How many of them use sign language, however? Obviously a much, much smaller number, but many of them rely on closed captioning. And those who do rely on American Sign Language would need an ASL video for them to truly understand what's going on. And just because someone prefers to get their information in their native language of American Sign Language doesn't mean they have a low functioning language skills. It just means they want their information in their native language, their first language. My point is that there's a range of communication needs, so therefore there should be a range of communication access. Folks sometimes just need amplified, the ability to turn up the volume on a video. Others need closed captioning. Others need American Sign Language. Another area I think is important to consider is the different types of media. There are folks who may have internet at home. Others do not. Some like reading print material. They still like that piece of paper in their hand. Others are okay with email correspondence. I'm just, again, sharing different types of media I think that you can use to disseminate your information to the deaf and hard of hearing community. Articles, blogs on the internet are extremely popular for many deaf and hard of hearing people. If you're writing a blog, let's say on a mainstream website, doesn't necessarily mean that a deaf and hard of hearing person is going to go to that mainstream website. We have some websites that we find popular, so maybe try to get it on that, get your blog on that website. I also would encourage articles and information to come in an email format. I think that maybe in the late 90s, I should say, I got a lot of emails. I don't really get so much today. I just get a URL. So I have to click on that link. I have to click on that URL to actually get to the article. I kind of don't mind just opening the email and having it there in front of me. Also think about mass text messages in specific geographic areas that support text to 911. If someone were to get a message on their cell phone that tells them, hey, if you need to call 911, you can do so via this format, that might be helpful. You could also do test EAS messages via text, let's say once a year or something, obviously warning people ahead of time, but then letting them know basically in the format that they would be using what is available to them. I also encourage online videos in American Sign Language, making sure that the sign model is a deaf or hard of hearing individual. I know there are some real high-level, famous deaf and hard of hearing people that people like to watch. Maybe get them to do your ASL video. Perhaps you'll get more folks watching your message. Also, as Claude was pointing out, social media is becoming more and more important. I mean, I can't even keep up with all the options out there in social media, but they are important. Community education is also important. That may sound a bit old-fashioned, but we do still get together sometimes at deaf clubs and associations for the deaf, meeting places and conferences and conventions, and interact with each other on a face-to-face basis. So go there, have a booth, give a presentation during one of those conferences. We'll hear you, and then we will spread your word. The National Association for the Deaf does all of that. We are often disseminating information about text to 911, emergency information through Facebook, web, Twitter, email, et cetera, including our magazine. If you have information you want to share to our audience, let us know. We'll be happy to help. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you for giving the details of some possible successful ways to communicate. We'll follow up with you in a moment. Cheryl, can we move over to you?
I'm not tall enough for these things. I've worked student. I'm Cheryl Hepner, and I have just realized that I am the dinosaur of the Entrance Can, the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network, where I am the vice chair. It's fun to be the vice chair. think about it, with a lot of functions I can choose. I try to be a very good member and not get into too much trouble. I also on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network represent the Association of Late Deaf and Adults, which is the national organization for people who lose their hearing later in life. And I think that in DHHCAN we have a really strong potential for helping to support the FCC in getting information like what we've learned and discussed today out to the other members, and from them, hopefully on to others. And I look forward to being part of helping to do so.
Lisa?
Okay, my name is Lisa Hamlin. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Hearing Loss Association of America. And I know Greg asked us all to be short, so I'm going to try my best here. Let me first tell you a little bit about Hearing Loss Association of America. It was founded in 1979. It's the nation's leading consumer organization representing 48 million Americans with hearing loss. Now, that's our latest statistic, 48 million Americans. Think about that a minute. We provide information and education through our chapters. We have chapters across the country, and we have a national organization in Bethesda. Now, that 48 million Americans is 20% of the population. So, as somebody knows somebody with a hearing loss. A lot of people with hearing loss, I think when we discuss text to 911, I think a lot of people think of how to make sure that the deaf community, who's a part of this 48 million, have an ability to reach 911. But you tend to forget about the folks who are aging into hearing loss, who don't know as much, who haven't grown up with hearing loss, and now at 65 or 75, that one of three persons has a hearing loss. So how does that person get to 911? And I think that what we need for that, and that's where this education and outreach is hugely important, because it's not just people who grew up with it and who know texting. It's people who are in a situation where I was in New York City. I lived in New York City for a long time. And I called 911 more times than I have ever called it here in my 10 years here. So there'd be an accident on the corner of the street, and this is back in the day. I hate to age myself here, but we had actual pay phones. You put the quarter in, I'm going to say, not the nickel or the dime, but you put the quarter in, and then you would try to talk to somebody on the phone. Now, being hard of hearing, all I could say at that point was, I can't hear you, dispatcher. Here's where the emergency is. Here's where the accident happened. And now I'm going to have to hang up because I can't give you any more information than I just gave you. And that is, it's not enough. It's not enough just to tell it, because now she can't ask me, or he can't ask me the important information that that person needs. And I know that because I also called 911 from my own home on a landline phone with volume control, and it was hearing aid compatible. And in that situation, the dispatcher was wonderful. She walked me through every step, and a situation that could have escalated into a really a major problem was we were able to solve it together even before EMT arrived. So that makes it really concrete, and it's not just for people. I mean, I could hear her on the phone in that situation, but if I'd had text on the noisy street, we would have been able to communicate back and forth much more easily. And text is now not just for kids. Older people are actually adopting text too. So you have to remember this is important for everybody. And not only, I think some of the members of the prior panel mentioned, it's not just for people who are deaf or hard of hearing either. People use the kind of system, whatever they use. If you're texting every day, that's how you want to call 911. My own brother, who's no spring chicken, said to me, you can't text to 911? He didn't even know. He assumed that you could do this. So that's what works. What works is what people use every day. But this is all wonderful, but the point of this panel is to make sure, how do we reach out to consumers? How do we get that communication to consumers? My answer again is, you don't have to think of it as just reaching people who are deaf or hard of hearing or deaf blind or each of these individual communities. You need to reach everyone. Everyone. And I have to say, the best consumer outreach, or the best outreach to the community that I've seen, was the DTV transition. Now, I know you guys, the FCC does not want to go back to the DTV transition. That was a real deal. But if we could take some of the lessons learned about getting that information out, I know the community of people who are hard of hearing were really engaged in that transition. They really learned from it. They really understood what was going on. We need to use the same kind of tools. And we need to collaborate. Everybody who's been here today, that I've listened to today, I want to work with you. I want you to give me the information that you know about, and have me spread it out to my community, and have me talk to your community. We were asked at a panel, I was with Cheryl King, invited us, and Andrew and a couple other people, to talk to Nina. And I thought, well, you see this sea of faces, and they're kind of, are they listening to me? Do they get it? But afterward, people came up to me and said, you made this concrete. I need to get this back to my community. I'm here to tell you we are happy to work with Nina, with APCO, with CTIA, with everybody to get the word out. And we have our own ability. We have conferences and conventions just like TDI and like NAD and ALDA. We are willing to have you come to us as well. We have our social networking. We all know social networking. We all have to use social network, right? So we have to push the word out in the ways that we have it. We just launched a new advocacy, e-news. I'm happy to put any news. You give it to me, I'll spread the word. So we want to reach our people because this is hugely important to me. Every time, the next time I need to call 911, I want to be able to do it whether I'm in a noisy situation or whether I'm at home, whether I'm with my smartphone or my landline. I want to be able to get there, and so does everybody else. And so we'll help you, we'll work with you on any method we can, because we all want the best results we can possibly get, and we hope that this text to 911 will really help people get the information they need when they need it.
Thanks, Lisa. Laurie?
Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a couple of slides, so if it's possible to bring those up, I promise it won't prolong things, but it may facilitate the presentation. My day job is as the coordinator of the National 911 program, but I'm here today as a member of the National 911 Public Education Coalition. It's a group of people who formed ourselves, shall we say, 5 or 6 years ago, and all of us, frankly, have a real strong interest in public education related to 911. It is not a group whose interest is restricted to text to 911, but the group is interested in all aspects of public education that have to do with 911. This first slide, for those of you who are listening, has a screenshot of the homepage of the website, as well as the URL, which is know911.org, or KNOW911.org. Next slide, please. So the group really exists for two reasons. There's an awful lot of really great stuff out there that has already been developed to support efforts to educate the public on the appropriate use of 911. And the idea behind this group was simply to collect as much of that information as we could, put it in one place, and then promote that website as a way for other folks to find it. And that it is simply that. So those are the two tasks that the group constantly undertakes. And our tagline is 911, the number to know. Next slide, please. It's a y'all come kind of group. The membership is open. This slide shows just a list of some of the groups that are members of the organization. There are organizations large and small. There are individuals that are also part of this group. Donna Platt, who spoke earlier today, is a member. Matt Gerst, who is with CTIA, is also a member. There are sort of what I refer to as the cast of usual characters. Nina Apco, NASNA, 911 for Kids, but also others, Comcast and Verizon, and so a couple of public groups as well. So it's really open to anyone, including any of you who might be interested, who are interested in gathering resources that already exist on public education and making those available to as many people as possible. Next slide. So April, for the last 5 years, more longer maybe, has been designated as National 911 Public Education Month. And every year this group has adopted a theme, if you will, sort of a focus for April. And for April 2015, our focus is text to 911. So we are in the process between now and January of collecting as many resources as possible that have already been developed for public education on texting to 911 and making those resources available through our website. And then starting in January, we will promote the distribution of that information. So very simple idea. But one that has served us well. Last year, I think we had somewhere between 900 and 1,000 people who downloaded, the information that was available on the website. So we use all of our own organizations as well as others to distribute information about this website and what it has made available. And, whatever we can do to support text to 911 is something that we would very much be interested in doing. And for those of you who might be interested in either contributing resources that you know about or becoming a member, we're also interested in that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sherry. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I also had slides, if we can bring those up. I'm Sherry Griffith Powell, and I am a consultant with L.R. Kimball, but I'm here today in my role as the chairperson for the NENA Next Gen 911 Education and Training Committee. So we are responsible for creating not just public education materials, but also training materials for the PSAP community. If we can go to the next slide. Our tagline that we worked with the CTIA, several of the wireless providers, we worked with the FCC. I think we pretty much had all of the cast of usual players at the table when we brainstormed and came up with the tagline, 911, call if you can, text if you can't, because we wanted to stress the importance that 911 still prefers a traditional phone call. It is the easiest, quickest method to receive emergency help. But if that's not possible for whatever reason, not just because you're deaf, hard of hearing, deaf-blind, if you're in a situation where speaking would put you in further danger, then we want you to know that, yes, texting is available. As we've heard all day, it's not available nationwide yet, but we're hoping to get there shortly. So we also participate in the group that Roger talked about in the earlier panel, the Service Coordination Group, to help with some documents they were putting together to get some information out on texting to 911, specifically aimed at the PSAP community. We've heard several times today that the carriers have come together, they've worked to make this technology available, and now we want to help push the PSAPs to embrace and accept that technology and deploy it. So in an effort to do that, our committee has been working to gather information from early adopters, and we're hoping that if we partner that with the PSAP training materials so that it's not as overwhelming of a burden to the PSAP, that maybe they'll be a little bit quicker to embrace that. And definitely, as you've heard numerous times today, the experiences from early adopters, they've not been overwhelmed by text messages. They've been really amazed at how easy it is to respond to them. And the minute that they helped save their first life via text, they quickly embraced it. And in some of those states, I know Vermont for one, Vermont had 2 PSAPs that were accepting text messaging for the entire state. It's been so successful that now his other 6 PSAPs are bugging the 911 director that they want to take their own text messages. So we have seen some pretty positive experiences. At the bottom of the slide, I have the link for our working group. It's kind of an awkward link, so I don't know that I can read it out. But if you go to the homepage of the NENA website, there is a button across the top that is called Committees, and you can click on that and then scroll down to select the Education and Training Committee. So if we can go to the next slide. So these are the materials that our group has created already. As I mentioned, the first thing we wanted to do was make the PSAP community aware of the text solution and how they can train their call takers to take it. So we have PSAP training and implementation materials. We have a frequently asked question and consideration document geared for 911 authorities. In addition, we've put together some media information, public frequently asked questions, so that those regions across the U.S., if they get approached by the media, they have talking points so that everyone is on the same page related to texting to 911. And if we, at the top of the page again, I have the link to that page. It is right off the main homepage of the NENA website. It's called Texting Resources. It's a big link up on the right-hand side. If we can go to the last slide. So these are the things that we're working on now and for the rest of not just this year but into 2015. Donna and Richard, who both spoke earlier today, chair the NENA Accessibility Committee. So we are partnering with them to create some scripts for public service announcements geared toward the deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, blind communities to educate them on how to use text to 911. And Donna's agency in North Carolina is very generously going to do the filming of the videos, and then they've agreed to make them available to everyone in the public. So we're definitely going to be reaching out to the other members on this panel to help us get that material out to their respective groups once the videos are available, and we're very excited about them. In addition, we're working on a public education campaign to educate the public on texting. And we're putting together some information like a press release template. And when that campaign is done, we're really striving, Lori, for January or February so that it will be done in time to link on the website for the April Public Education Awareness Month. And I think, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, I was going to say that was all I had to cover.
Thank you so much, Sherry. So last, Roger?
Thanks. I was confused there, Sherry, because you said the last slide and then you said there's another one. So I'm going to be fairly brief, I think. I also have 3 slides. Did we get them in time? Yeah, okay. This was written like 2 days ago, so it doesn't relate to all the things that have been said here today necessarily. But as I said earlier, after 6 months, there are states, counties, PSAPs that are ramping up to this service. But it could be, and there needs to be, a more timely utilization. So we're planning to accelerate actions toward the SMS text environment, building on support material we have now and adding new actions. Go to the next slide, please, whoever's got the clicker. This is a very small, unreadable visual of the subpage that Sherry was talking about, that has the planning and information guide or information and planning guide for public safety management at the top, and then various resources for education to public safety and to the public to some degree, because it includes things that public safety can use to educate their public in their locality from that standpoint. But the one thing I've sort of concluded, and I already foreshadowed it today before, is that we need more of a government decision maker education campaign, and possibly even a political action process. Because, it's funny that Claude came up to me after the first session and said, you hit some things right on the head there and so on. Well, Claude hit some things right on the head when he was saying some stuff in this panel here, too, and that is the National Governance Conference, the regulatory authorities, the mayor's councils, the people who make decisions or can get decisions made, there's two different things there, need to get more active in this, I think, than what I've seen so far. And I think it may be time, in the interest of accelerating implementation of SMS text, for us and Claude's group and the NAD group and so on, who have all these ideas about how to communicate, to combine forces here and decide on a campaign that could really move this thing forward beyond what we've already done so far. There's uptake by the public safety community, but I'd like to give them the opportunity to make a more informed choice, shall we say, from the standpoint that there are people out there who would, for one reason or another, prefer to let this wait a couple years, to let it wait until Engine 911's in place, various other opportunities, until they got more funding to do this, without realizing there's not much funding involved to do this. So we need to clarify some of those aspects and get more targeted on the decision makers, and that probably includes the deaf, hard of hearing, speech impaired consumer advocacy groups having targets in the community, like the mayors and the county commissioners and people like that. And we know who those people are. We can help in that regard. Give them, like I say, an opportunity to make a more informed choice about when and how they're going to do this. So that's the proposal. Oh, go to the next slide, please. Here's some examples of what we might do. We can put together a one-pager on why to implement with minimum delay, pass that out through NENA webinars, the regional chapter calls that we have periodically. The next one's coming up on the 19th for the Southeast chapter. Give them that handout to use in their own discussions and pass down to their chapter people and so on. We'll do columns in the NENA Call magazine, articles including early adopter experiences to make more of the case that this is not a hard thing to do. There's no reason why you should wait until some other major activity takes place to accomplish it. Even the point that if you do the training on how to deal with SMS text right now, you've got one less thing you have to train on when Engine 911 comes in, because you'll know sort of what's going on at that point in time as compared to having to deal with it then. And maybe even direct calls and emails to state and regional 911 authorities and county levels where possible. But I think the other piece of it is to collaborate with the consumer groups for them to maybe use some of this material or things that get developed through the work that Sherry does and with Richard and others to sort of hit them where the decisions get made in a more effective manner than we've done so far, I think. That's it for me.
Thanks, Roger. I'm glad you didn't just say ditto. Thank you very much. I'm relieved. I think that if folks do exactly what everyone here just recommended and execute, then we don't need to have this panel discussion anymore about what to do with outreach. Honestly, the best form of outreach is just, the old saying that if you build it, they will come. Well, that's not happened yet. And as Claude had just pointed out, there are, 140 PSAPs right now that are offering text to 911, and that's out of, 6,000 some odd. I know I got the number slightly off, roughly 6,000 PSAPs. So right now, only a fraction of the PSAPs in the United States are offering it, and, we're in a bit of a catch-22 situation. There's, a very ambitious outreach effort to get to consumers, potential consumers, or whatever, and winning their heart, I'm sure is not the problem, because everyone wants to see that happen. They want text to 911 available in their area. But then when they go to a website or get information only to find out that, wait, but it's not available in my area after you've won their heart, things tend to stop right there. So how do you empower those individuals to then explain to them what they can then do as the actual consumer of this service to approach the appropriate decision makers, et cetera, to make things happen? And dispelling the myths out there about the costliness of such a service, or the fact that if you have text to 911, you're going to invite a flood of abuse and prank text to 911, et cetera, et cetera. So how do you educate the public safety community of all the benefits? I mean, I know you guys have shared some points already, but can you think of one thing that just would really hit home for these guys to get them to start rolling it out? Because right now we seem to be in a bit of, again, a catch-22. The consumers want it, but it's not happening yet. So what do you do in the meantime? Any bright ideas or any thoughts on what to do? Claude?
I think if we train consumers on a local level, I mean, we've talked to them about voting, right? You pay property taxes, don't you? You've got a telephone bill that you're paying, or you've got either a landline or a wireless phone bill. So you need to tell your mayors, you need to tell your city council people, tell your county commissioners, tell your PSAP authority, remind them that you are already doing your duty. But before you chastise them, make sure to commend them for what they have done, for the changes that have been made to accessibility, and their commitment to accessibility. But if you ask them about the changes that they have experienced, either at a personal or at a professional level in use of technology, and then extol them to make sure that we have access to those same changes in technology, that we are not left behind. So we want to make sure that we aggressively pursue the right people and the right approach. Public education does not mean that consumers need to be educated. We, as consumers, need to be empowered to have a more meaningful dialogue with the rest of the community, with the rest of the public. As Roger said, politicians need to be educated. PSAP governing authorities need to be educated. And once they start to feel that pressure, we're going to see that urgency in the PSAPs move the needle forward. As my other panelists have shared, we certainly have a lot of work to do. Consumer groups have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of creative education and training that is needed here. Again, deaf and hard of hearing consumers as well as deaf-blind consumers, we're talking about not only those people, but people who have mobility disabilities. Are people working with those PSAPs at a local level? Have they seen these consumers' faces? Do they know how to put a face on some of these concerns? And if they do, then I think it's going to be easier for them to move forward. It's going to be easier for us to break down those barriers.
So I'll say Andrew. Yeah, and then to Cheryl. So this is Andrew. I think I've seen a few key phrases pop up today. Roger said target decision makers. Greg said empower folks. Claude just said dialogue at the local level. I also would add that I think tools need to be provided to folks to be able to do all of that stuff. How many folks out there every day on the street know how to contact the decision makers in their state or county? Because they're like, wait, am I supposed to contact the police department, the Public Utilities Commission, the 911 center? I think if there could be some type of almost a chart with phone numbers, contact information, addresses, almost a manual, if you will, on how to do what everyone's saying we need to do, how we need to get our information from our networks out to these people, whether it's through social media or whatever, print media, et cetera. That I think would help folks to then be able to advocate for themselves. So I would like to see some tools to develop to talk about how to accomplish what we're all discussing. and this is Greg, before we move on, I'm just wondering if any of that type of information is already available. Do any of you already have resources of names, resources, public authority officials, et cetera, in your area before we move on to Cheryl? Does anyone already have such a thing? No worries. Don't have to answer right now. Sorry to put you on the spot. Lisa, were you going to? Oh, wait. Cheryl.
The FCC has a registry online.
Okay, so I'm copying what Cheryl just said. Right, we do have, the FCC has currently a list of PSAPs. I believe what Andrew's referring to, however, and is suggesting, is a comprehensive list that would include key decision makers, their names and contact information. Because as they're saying, every locality, it just depends on how the structure is for each county. Some folks do go to the police department. Some you have to go to the PSAP. Some you might go to the PUC, and can be very confusing, as Andrew, Claude, Lisa, and Cheryl have indicated, to know who to contact, who to have that dialogue with, and who to educate and push to get text to 911 available in their area. Lisa, I know you had something to say.
Yes. So there's the mic. Yes, there's the mic. Yeah, I would agree with Andrew. I think a toolkit for consumers would be hugely helpful. And I think how it should be structured is that the kinds of people you need to contact, not so much the individuals, because that's going to be the local level. Everything here is really where you're going to have the most impact is local. So you could sort of fill in the blanks. But what I was going to add, even before Andrew said that, is I think what we need to do is make this concrete for everybody, that this benefits everybody. And how I mean that is not just everybody who uses text, but it's also, how can I be a good citizen if I can't contact when I see you're in trouble? When you have an accident, you can't contact 911 yourself, hearing or not. I can help if I have a way to do that. So to make it concrete to everybody that we all have a stake in this, that there's nobody who doesn't benefit from having all of us involved, I think would be a way, and maybe we should put it in our toolkit, to give out to people, to reach people in authority.
And if I could
Sure, yeah. Lori and then Roger.
If I could just dovetail on that.
Yeah, your mic isn't on yet.
As putting on my government person hat for a moment, one of the things that I am always mindful of is being, and it sounds corny, but being the best steward I possibly can for the tax dollars that I am responsible for, and getting the biggest bang for the buck that I can get. And the more siloed efforts become, the harder that is to do. So piggybacking on what Lisa said and what Tim Larillo said earlier, that, making a case for this should definitely, include people with disabilities, but it should also include domestic violence groups and suicide prevention groups, and it should include older, advocacy groups for older Americans, a large percentage of whom are losing their hearing, because you rally those troops, and then you've made a really powerful case for how many people would benefit from this change. So anything that would help the groups to collaborate or to coordinate efforts rather than doing them each individually, I think would be extremely useful.
Thanks. So, okay, Roger?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with what Lisa said as well, because it's a lot easier to determine for each state what the structure and the logical contact points are than it is to determine names and telephone numbers. For instance, in Ohio, where I live, everything's county-oriented, although it's starting to move to regional and state orientation to some degree. What you need in Ohio is you need to know who the county commissioners are, and you need to know who the county 911 coordinator is. And you can find the 911 coordinator through the county commissioner's office. So, if I were a member of the North Toledo Deaf and Hard of Hearing group, which is the first group I ran into in 1979 about all of this, I would invite the chairman of the county commissioners, and the 911 coordinator and maybe the mayor to a meeting and have the right resources to be able to hit them over the head big time with why this is important and why it has to be dealt with. And all the points that we've heard need to be part of that toolkit, I think, from that standpoint. So backing up from that a little bit, it's one thing to identify the types of people you need to deal with in a given state, but also you need those tools. You need to be able to say to them, here's a website where you can learn more about this. Here's a one-page handout that describes this. We need to develop some of that type of material, I think, so that we can enable the consumer groups, as we call them in general, to have those kind of meetings with the county commissioner and the 911 coordinator and so on. They may simply not know who to get in contact with or how to contact them. So we can help understand how to do that in a given state, and we probably ought to concentrate on the states where this hasn't been done yet, because obviously we don't need to do it in Maine. They're already on top of it. They did that pretty much in the regulatory group more than anything else. But other states that have either taken the viewpoint that we can delay this for a while and do it with NG911 or whatever the case may be, those are the ones that need some concentrated effort, it would appear. So I still say again that a few people that are involved in all this need to get their heads together and brainstorm what the best approach to this is and what the critical pieces of information are, get those produced so they can be distributed to consumer groups with some information on how to positively affect things in their town, community, county, or even state level from that standpoint. Thanks.
Thanks. So time's running a bit short, so I do want to shift to about 10 minutes for the remainder of the 10 minutes that we have to some questions. One just came in online. And the question asked, it's from a gentleman named Bob Bain. What happens if you're in an area where there's no cell phone reception? How does one communicate and ask for emergency assistance? Anyone want to? Right, and I think the question actually reminds me, I'm a New Yorker, I'm a New York City boy like Lisa. I grew up in New York, and when I was a kid, if I was outside of my house, and I remember I used to go to this one corner that had a fire signal, call alert station, if you will. You'd pull down on I don't know if that thing is still there anymore, where you'd pull down on the lever and it would call for a fire. Anyway, I'm just saying, maybe that's actually the answer. It only would work in New York City, of course, but... Well,
one of the answers is find the nearest wireline phone and call 911.
Okay, so putting on my government hat for a moment. Someone made the point that the government is generally very data driven, and they always want to know what are the numbers of folks that we're talking about and the number of folks that would be impacted, and what about those stories? Because folks like to hear those sentimental type stories, anecdotal stories. If you could find someone, for example, where a child's life was saved due to the ability to text to 911, where someone had to hide in a closet while someone was breaking in and robbing them, but they had their cell phone with them and therefore they could text to 911 and their life was saved. Do you think those types of situations would count, if you will, and emphasize? I ask because I don't see many of those stories out there. Are there not many success stories out there? And if there are, maybe more emphasis could be put on them. Do we still need the emphasis on data? Do we need both? What do you think?
This is Andrew speaking. I'm in total agreement there. I think that we do need more of those moving stories to try to garner more support for this issue. I know I've heard several stories, at least over the course of today. The Vermont PSAP, some text to 911 situations there where that ability really made a difference. Iowa, I think that had some trials where, in fact, a few serious situations where people benefited from that. I think also the more and more PSAPs that start to adopt text to 911, perhaps there are people who have relationships with those PSAPs who can funnel those stories back to us, and so we can disseminate those stories, so we can put those into our scripts. And hopefully the news media is going to start to pick up on that, so that people are going to know that deaf and hard of hearing people are not the only ones that are benefiting from this. And then consumers are going to start to ask, hey, why doesn't our PSAP have this? And then we're going to start to see the push at the local level.
You're saying it could trigger possibly a snowball effect then? We actually have Lisa, go ahead.
This is Lisa. I was going to add, and I hope that Sherry has a story she can share, but I was going to add there's also, I remember the story with the Virginia Tech shooting, where this was back in 2007, where somebody tried to text and couldn't get through. So I think both stories, both the positive stories where it actually worked and the stories where somebody tried and they couldn't get through, and that was a problem.
Claude?
This is Claude. I hate to say it, but sometimes I think that tragedy can move the ball forward. I think, 1 or 2 months ago, Commissioner Pai brought a story about a little girl in Texas who tried to text to 911, couldn't get out of the hotel. The girl only knew that she needed to do 911 and thought that she would be able to get through. I mean, she didn't know that she had to dial a 9 to get an outside number, and so she wasn't able to contact 911. And Commissioner Pai was very moved by that story and tried to follow up to make sure that this type of thing didn't happen again in the future. Now, I can say that generally we're all human beings, and human interest stories do have a tendency to move us more effectively than looking at data. I think that the data, we tend to get a little dead to data, and we can't process it as much, but I do agree that people feel inspired by those stories. That type of message starts to really move it.
So I'm going to guess this is going to be the final question. Again, came from an online viewer via Twitter, actually, from Jeff. The question was, what about 911 apps for mobile devices? And it says we are actually way ahead with the iPhone, farther ahead than PSAPs. So, thoughts?
So, I guess my question would be, what do you mean, what about apps? Are you asking why they can't work? Or are you asking why we aren't educating the public about them? And I guess I'm not entirely sure why you even need an app. It's 911, it's 3 digits, it's not that difficult. We're more inclined in the 911 community to stress just using 911. And we agree that we do want to get it widely deployed for texting purposes. I'm not quite sure what the person's question was about apps.
This is Greg. I would say, based on this question, I think that what we're looking for is reliable, clear messaging to our communities. I think this really highlights that there is some education needed about what it means to text to 911, access to 911, what it actually looks like. From reading this question, it seems like this could be something that could require a download, that could be including several step processes. That I think that from the public safety 911 community, what we want to go for is simplicity, is the simplicity of using those 3 numbers to send a message or to contact 911. I think that's a little bit of a perceptual difference that we may be dealing with. Some people don't understand quite what text to 911 means. And I'm sorry, I know that we probably have a lot of people who are still on our panel that want to share something, but I also at this point want to take an opportunity to thank you for sharing your knowledge and your expertise with us today. We are out of time. You've given us a whole lot to think about. Next time we get together, we will hopefully be able to exchange more of our success stories about text to 911, and hopefully we'll see a much more widespread adoption of text to 911 throughout the country. Thank you for all your work. Keep it up. Let's roll up our sleeves and get it done for the community. Thank you.
Don't run away yet. We did say on the agenda that we would at least take some time to consider what are the next steps. Where do we go from here? What I hear is we need to get together around a table and brainstorm. Gosh, imagine that. We certainly have a lot of great ideas. I have asked permission to have all of the PowerPoints posted on a website off of DRO, and so we will let you know when that happens so that everyone has the wonderful material that we have seen today. This is Washington, D.C. So November ends before Thanksgiving, and then there's December, where most of the town is gone or having fun. And so what I'm asking is, do we think there's a chance in Alexandria that we might have such a brainstorming session in November or December, or can we look at January 2015? Maybe the first or second week, and I can send something out to folks asking you to give me feedback and ideas for an agenda. Can I see some indication of agreement, consensus, alternate formats? Okay, January, like the second week. Okay. So we have our work cut out for us before then, because I would ask that all of you bring to such a meeting your ideas, your materials, your opportunities, your challenges, and let's see where we can go from there. Roger?
So who's going to initiate this meeting?
Well, I think that we might as well take the ball.
If I could?
Yes, Greg, go ahead.
Thanks. So I certainly want to say that there is more discussion needed here. We want to continue the momentum from this wonderful event today. I know that I was kind of in a rush to close up our panel this afternoon as we were running a little bit behind time, but I also want to take an opportunity to give some important thank yous to, first of all, Cheryl King, also to Susie Rosen Singleton, and to Kelly Jones for all of their work that they did in putting this event together and making it happen. So some important thank yous. There is, of course, many, many others, more than we could name, people in Disability Rights Office, Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, and the General Commission, who I'd like to thank for that. I also want to thank everyone who is in attendance here, who came here to make this event happen. It was very productive, very informative. It was a great exchange of information to get the ball rolling, and we do mean business when we say that. You know. So I want to thank you again for all that.
Is there any further interest in discussing anything, or shall we adjourn and go upstairs to the Tech Center to see the exhibitions if we haven't seen them yet today? We have asked them to stay until 5, so I, for one, have not had a chance to go up and see them, so I'm on my way. Thank you so much to everybody, audience, panelists. This has been great.